I discovered my family sabotaged my acceptance into a prestigious culinary program. I, 24, graduated with a business degree 2 years ago, but realized I hated corporate work. What I actually loved was baking. I'd been doing it since I was 12, and during college, I'd worked part-time at a bakery where I discovered I had genuine talent and passion for pastry. After a miserable year at a marketing firm, I applied to the Institute of Culinary Excellence's elite pastry program. Only 30 students accepted worldwide each year for an intensive 1-year training that essentially guarantees placement at top restaurants. I was accepted. The notification email arrived in March with a deadline to confirm enrollment by May 1st. I was ecstatic. This program would legitimize my career change and open doors to positions at Michelin-starred restaurants. The program started in August, which gave me time to save money and prepare. I told my parents, my older brother Derek, 28, and my younger sister Vanessa, 21, expecting they'd be proud. Instead, they were horrified. My mother said I was throwing away my degree for cake decorating. My father said pastry chefs don't make real money, and I should focus on advancing my marketing career. Derek called it a midlife crisis at 24. Vanessa said it was embarrassing that her sister wanted to be just a baker when I had a college education. I told them I was going anyway. The tuition was expensive, but I'd saved aggressively, gotten a small scholarship, and planned to take minimal loans. I gave notice at my marketing job, confirmed my enrollment with the institute, and started preparing. My family continued expressing disappointment, but I thought they'd accepted my decision. 3 weeks before the program started, I received an email from the institute saying they hadn't received my enrollment deposit despite multiple reminders, and my spot had been given to someone on the wait list. I was devastated and confused. I'd paid the deposit in March through their online portal and had the confirmation receipt. I called immediately, but they said they had no record of my payment and the deadline had passed. I checked my bank statements. The payment had been withdrawn in March, but when I traced it further, I discovered it had been refunded to my account in April, a refund I'd never requested. Someone had accessed my enrollment portal and requested the refund, causing the institute to assume I'd withdrawn my acceptance. I dug deeper into my accounts. My enrollment portal password had been changed in April from a device on our home network. Someone had logged in, requested the refund of my deposit, and changed my contact email so I wouldn't receive the institute's follow-up messages about confirming my spot. All the reminders about my missing deposit had been sent to the new email address I'd never seen. I checked that email address. It was a newly created account in my name, but with a slightly different spelling. The inbox contained months of messages from the institute trying to reach me about my enrollment, deadlines I'd missed, and finally, the notification that my spot was being given to someone else. Someone had deliberately created this entire system to make me lose my acceptance without realizing it. I installed monitoring software on our home computer and traced the enrollment portal access back to my brother Derek's laptop. I found his conversation with my parents and Vanessa discussing their plan. My father wrote, "She thinks she's going to that cooking school, but I requested the refund from her enrollment account. She won't realize until it's too late to fix it." My mother added, "Changed her contact email so she won't get the reminders. By the time she finds out, the spot will be gone, and she'll have to get back to her real career." Derek had provided the technical assistance, accessing my accounts using passwords I'd saved on our shared home computer. Vanessa had encouraged the plan, saying if I couldn't go to the program, I'd give up the baking nonsense and return to marketing. They'd been coordinating for months to sabotage my culinary school acceptance because they were embarrassed by my career choice and wanted to force me back into corporate work they considered more respectable. The consequences were severe. I'd given notice at my marketing job. I couldn't just ask for my position back. I'd turned down other culinary opportunities because I was committed to this program. The Institute's next cohort wouldn't start for another year, and even then, I'd have to reapply, with no guarantee of acceptance. They'd stolen a year of my career development and potentially my entire trajectory in pastry. I contacted the institute and explained what happened, providing bank records proving I'd paid the deposit and evidence it was fraudulently refunded. They were sympathetic but said all 30 spots were filled and they couldn't displace accepted students. They offered to fast-track my application for the next year, but that meant waiting 12 more months while my peers advanced. My parents were hosting a celebration dinner next month for Derek's promotion to senior partner at his law firm. The dinner would have over 80 guests: family, Derek's colleagues, family friends, and professional contacts. My parents had planned this event for weeks and were excited to showcase Derek's success. They'd asked me to attend and put on a happy face, despite my disappointment about the culinary thing not working out. I documented everything carefully. I gathered the evidence of the fraudulent refund, the portal access logs, their planning messages, and the institute's correspondence showing how my acceptance was lost. I contacted the institute's dean and several of Derek's law partners who'd be attending the dinner, explaining what my family had done. At the dinner, Derek gave a speech thanking our parents for supporting his career and always encouraging him to pursue professional success. Our father responded with a toast about the importance of respectable careers and professional achievement. I stood up and asked if I could share something about professional achievement and family support. I explained that I'd been accepted to one of the world's most competitive pastry programs, 30 spots from thousands of applicants. Then, I revealed that I'd lost that spot, not because I withdrew or failed to meet requirements, but because my family had deliberately sabotaged my enrollment by fraudulently refunding my deposit and redirecting my communications so I wouldn't realize until it was too late. I displayed the evidence on screens throughout the venue: the refund request that I never made, the changed email address, the missed institute communications, and most damning, their group messages planning exactly how to destroy my acceptance so I'd be forced back into corporate work they found more appropriate. The room went silent. Derek's law partners looked horrified. They were officers of the court witnessing admission of fraud. Several asked Derek directly if he'd committed electronic fraud to sabotage his sister's professional opportunity. Family friends who'd known me my entire life demanded to know why parents would destroy their daughter's career. One of the institute's board members was actually in attendance, a friend of Derek's senior partner who'd been invited as a networking opportunity. She stood up and said she was appalled that a family would sabotage admission to their program and that she'd be bringing this to the dean's attention, as this represented potential fraud affecting their admissions process. My parents tried to claim they were protecting me from making a mistake. Multiple people in the audience, including several lawyers, pointed out that committing fraud to control someone's career wasn't protection, it was criminal behavior. Derek tried to minimize his involvement, but the access logs showed he'd been the technical architect of the sabotage. The celebration dinner collapsed. Derek's law partners pulled him aside for serious conversations about judgment and ethics. The institute board member made calls immediately. My parents' friends left, many expressing they couldn't celebrate people who'd sabotaged their own child's opportunities. Within 2 weeks, the institute contacted me. The board had reviewed the evidence of fraud affecting their admissions process and created an emergency spot for me in the current cohort that had just started. They didn't want their reputation damaged by allowing fraud to stand, and my case was so well documented, they felt ethically obligated to make it right. I'd be joining 3 weeks late, but they'd work with me to catch up. Derek faced professional consequences. His law firm couldn't overlook a partner admitting to electronic fraud and identity theft, even against family. He was placed on probation with mandatory ethics training. My parents lost relationships with friends who couldn't forgive them for sabotaging their own daughter. Vanessa apologized, but we haven't spoken much since. I don't trust her anymore. I'm now in the program I earned through my own merit, working harder than ever to catch up on what I missed. My parents and Derek aren't speaking to me, angry that I embarrassed them publicly. but they'd already embarrassed themselves by committing fraud to control my life, rather than accepting that my passion didn't match their expectations. Some family members think I should have confronted them privately instead of at Derek's celebration dinner. But that dinner was specifically about professional achievement and family support. It seemed like exactly the right moment to reveal how they'd destroyed my professional achievement because they couldn't support a career path they found embarrassing. The dinner celebrating Derek's success became the moment everyone learned how my family had sabotaged my success, and the year they tried to steal from me was returned. I discovered my family has been tampering with my competition weights and supplements. I, 22, have been a competitive Olympic weightlifter for 6 years. What began as strength training in high school evolved into competing nationally in the snatch and clean and jerk, the 2 Olympic lifts. I train 6 days a week at a dedicated weightlifting gym, working toward qualifying for the Olympic trials. Last year, I won the National Junior Championship in my weight class and set a state record in the clean and jerk. I work as a personal trainer and weightlifting coach to fund my competition travel and training expenses. Olympic weightlifting at the competitive level requires precise strength progression and carefully calculated training loads. Athletes train with specific weights to build toward competition lifts, and competition results are measured in exact kilogram increments. Success means qualifying for international competitions, earning spots on national teams, and potentially competing at the Olympics. Top weightlifters often have sponsorships from supplement companies and athletic brands. My family has never supported it. My parents think weightlifting is dangerous and unfeminine. They've repeatedly said I should do something more appropriate, like yoga or running. My older brother Jasper, 25, tells people I work out a lot, without mentioning the competitive aspect or national achievements. My sister Mallory, 20, says it's awkward when her sorority friends ask what I do, and she has to explain competitive weightlifting, like it's bodybuilding, instead of an Olympic sport. 9 months ago, my training started having dangerous problems. During a heavy training session, I loaded my barbell for a planned snatch attempt at 80 kilograms, a weight I'd successfully lifted dozens of times. But when I lifted the bar, it felt significantly heavier than expected. I struggled through the lift, nearly dropping it, and suffered a strained shoulder from the unexpected load. My coach, Dimitri, was confused. He checked the plates on the bar and discovered they were mislabeled. What appeared to be 20-kilogram plates were actually 25-kilogram plates, making my planned 80-kilogram lift actually 90 kilograms. The extra 10 kilograms of unexpected weight was dangerous, especially during technical Olympic lifts where precise loading is critical for safety and technique. I assumed the gym had mislabeled plates, but it happened again. This time during clean and jerk training, my barbell was loaded with plates that appeared correct, but weighed more than their labels indicated. I attempted a lift at my planned weight and nearly injured my back from the unexpected load. Then my competition attempts started failing mysteriously. At a major qualifier, I missed lifts I'd made consistently in training. My successful attempts felt heavier than they should, and my form deteriorated under what should have been manageable loads. I started weighing every plate before training sessions, after another incident where unexpected weight nearly caused a serious injury. What I discovered was systematic. The plates I used most frequently for competition preparation, the 20-kilogram, 15-kilogram, and 10-kilogram plates I kept in my designated training area, had been tampered with. Someone had added weight to them. The 20-kilogram plates now weighed 23-24 kilograms each. The 15-kilogram plates weighed 17-18 kilograms. Even the smaller plates were heavier than marked. When I loaded what I thought was 100 kilograms for training, I was actually lifting 110-115 kilograms. The inconsistency was dangerous. I couldn't properly calculate training loads, and attempting lifts heavier than planned risked serious injury. I installed a security camera in my training area at the gym. Within 2 weeks, I caught my brother Jasper entering the gym during off hours using a guest pass he'd obtained months ago. He went directly to my designated plate storage area and used small metal weights, the kind used to calibrate scales, to add mass inside the hollow handles of my competition plates, then sealed them with epoxy. I reviewed months of footage. Jasper had been systematically adding weight to my training plates for almost a year. Sometimes he'd add 2 to 3 kilograms to plates. Other times, he'd make smaller adjustments. The weight additions were calculated to be significant enough to affect my training and competition performance, but subtle enough that I wouldn't immediately realize the plates were wrong. My sister Mallory appeared in footage too, accessing my gym locker using a copied key and tampering with my supplements. She was replacing my protein powder and pre-workout supplements with products that contained banned substances on the anti-doping prohibited list. I found their family coordination chat. My mother wrote, "Jasper added more weight to her plates again. She'll struggle with training loads and maybe finally realize Olympic lifting is too dangerous for her." Jasper added, "Modified 6 more plates. Her training weights are off by 15 to 20 kilograms now. She won't be able to compete properly." Mallory contributed, "Replaced her supplements with versions containing banned stimulants. If she gets drug tested, she'll test positive and be banned from competition." My father had replied, "Perfect. Once she fails drug tests or gets injured from improper training loads, she'll have to quit weightlifting and find something safer and more appropriate." They'd been tampering with my equipment to cause training injuries and sabotaging my supplements to cause failed drug tests. Every strained muscle from unexpected weight, every failed lift from incorrect loading, every risk of injury from plates that didn't match their labels, all deliberately created by them. The National Olympic Weightlifting Championships were next month, the most prestigious domestic competition with 200 athletes and 3,000 spectators over 3 days. Top finishers in each weight class would qualify for international competitions and Olympic trials consideration. The event would be attended by national team coaches, Olympic Committee representatives, and media covering the sport. My family had purchased spectator passes weeks ago, saying they'd finally come watch and understand Olympic weightlifting, after years of dismissing it. They probably expected another performance affected by tampered plates or a failed drug test from the contaminated supplements they'd given me. I documented everything and contacted USA Weightlifting's Ethics Committee, anti-doping authorities, and law enforcement. Tampering with athletic equipment is assault. Deliberately contaminating supplements with banned substances is drugging and fraud. I showed them the security footage, the tampered plates, the contaminated supplements, and their coordination messages. At Nationals, I competed using verified equipment from the competition venue and supplements I'd kept secured. I'd also had full anti-doping tests done independently to prove I had no banned substances in my system despite their contamination attempts. I performed well, lifting personal records in both snatch and clean and jerk, and won silver in my weight class. Before the medal ceremony with 3,000 spectators in attendance, USA weightlifting officials addressed the crowd about athlete safety and anti-doping integrity. They invited me to speak about equipment tampering and supplement contamination. On screens throughout the venue, I displayed the security footage of Jasper adding weight to my training plates using small metal weights and epoxy. I showed Mallory replacing my supplements with contaminated versions containing banned stimulants. I revealed their family messages coordinating the sabotage and discussing how failed drug tests would end my competitive career. I explained that for 9 months I'd trained with plates that were 10 to 20 kilograms heavier than labeled, creating injury risk and preventing accurate training progression. I showed that my supplements had been deliberately contaminated with banned substances that would have caused positive drug tests and competition bans if I hadn't discovered the tampering. The weightlifting community was outraged. Equipment safety and anti-doping integrity are fundamental to the sport. What my family had done endangered my physical safety through improper loading and threatened my competitive eligibility through supplement contamination. My coach, Dmitry, confirmed that unexplained training difficulties and injury risks made sense knowing the plates were tampered with. USA weightlifting officials stated that deliberately contaminating an athlete's supplements with banned substances was one of the most serious violations possible. My parents tried to claim they thought Olympic lifting was too dangerous for women. Multiple elite female weightlifters in the audience responded that properly loaded equipment and clean supplements made the sport safe, and that tampering with equipment created the exact dangers they claimed to prevent. Jasper admitted he'd tampered with plates to teach me about safety, and officials explained that creating unsafe training conditions through equipment tampering was assault. Mallory admitted she'd contaminated supplements, and anti-doping authorities explained that deliberately causing false positive drug tests was criminal fraud. Law enforcement arrested Jasper and Mallory at the championships for assault through equipment tampering and fraud through supplement contamination. My parents face charges as co-conspirators. USA weightlifting has permanently banned my entire family from all sanctioned events. My second-place finish qualified me for international competitions and Olympic trials. Several supplement companies offered sponsorships after learning about the contamination sabotage, impressed that I'd competed successfully despite systematic equipment and supplement tampering. My relationship with my family is over. They spent 9 months creating injury risks through tampered equipment and nearly ended my career through contaminated supplements. All because they thought Olympic weightlifting wasn't appropriate or safe, so they made it actually dangerous through deliberate sabotage. Some people think I should have reported them privately rather than exposing them at nationals. But that championship was attended by USA weightlifting officials who regulate equipment safety, anti-doping authorities who maintain competitive integrity, and Olympic coaches making team selections. The event celebrating Olympic weightlifting seemed like exactly the right place to reveal how equipment and supplement integrity had been systematically violated. The championship, where my family expected to watch me compete, became the moment everyone learned why competing had been so difficult. Not because I lacked strength, but because my training equipment had been deliberately tampered with and my supplements contaminated. The Olympic trials qualification they tried to prevent happened, and the career they tried to destroy through dangerous equipment tampering continues stronger than before. The family who thought making my plates heavier would force me into yoga instead faces criminal charges for endangering my safety, and I'm lifting at the highest level of my career with equipment they can never access again. I found out my family has been impersonating me to destroy all my friendships. I, 23, moved to a new city 2 years ago for a job in graphic design. It was my first time living away from my hometown, and I loved the independence. I made close friends through work, my apartment building, and a local climbing gym I joined. For the first time, I felt like I'd built a life that was truly mine, not controlled by my overbearing family, who'd always been intensely involved in every aspect of my life growing up. About 6 months ago, my friendships started falling apart in strange ways. My best friend Maya stopped responding to my texts and eventually told me she needed space because I'd been passive-aggressive and mean in recent messages. When I asked what she meant, she showed me texts from my number saying cruel things about her boyfriend and criticizing her life choices. I'd never sent those messages, but they were from my phone number. Then my climbing partner Jordan said he couldn't climb with me anymore because I'd been flaking constantly and making excuses. He showed me a string of messages where I had canceled our last 5 climbing sessions with increasingly absurd excuses. I'd never canceled. I'd shown up to our planned times, and he'd never been there, so I'd assumed he was the one canceling. We'd apparently both been receiving fake messages from each other's numbers, saying the other person couldn't make it. My coworker and friend Priya pulled away after I apparently sent her a long message about how I felt she was clingy and needed to back off. I'd never felt that way or written anything like that. My roommate Keisha moved out suddenly after receiving messages from me asking her to leave because I needed the space to myself. I'd never asked her to move out. I'd loved living with her. Within 6 months, I'd lost essentially every meaningful friendship I'd built in this city. People I'd been close to now avoided me or responded coldly when we ran into each other. I was confused and devastated. I started wondering if I was somehow sending messages while drunk or having some kind of mental health episode where I didn't remember my own behavior. Then, I received a Facebook message from someone named Tyler who I didn't know. He said he'd been chatting with me on a dating app for 3 weeks. We'd made plans to meet, and he was disappointed when I'd stood him up and then blocked him. He was messaging to ask what had happened. I'd never used that dating app, never talked to anyone named Tyler, and certainly hadn't made plans with him. He sent me screenshots of our supposed conversation. It was my photos, my name, details about my life, but I hadn't written any of it. Someone had created a dating profile using my identity and was talking to people, making plans, then standing them up or behaving badly, destroying my reputation in the local dating scene before I'd even tried to date anyone in this city. I filed a police report about the identity theft and started investigating. I checked my phone records and found that messages were being sent from my number during times I was at work or asleep, times when I definitely didn't have my phone. I contacted my phone provider and discovered someone had cloned my number, creating a duplicate that could send and receive messages as if they were from me. I hired a tech-savvy friend from college to help trace the cloned number. It led back to IP addresses at my parents' house and my older sister Lauren's apartment. I installed monitoring software on my accounts and found that someone had been accessing my contacts, social media messages, and calendar to gather information about my friends, my schedule, and my life. I found their group chat. My mother wrote, "Sent another message to that Maya girl making it sound like she's being judged. She'll distance herself soon." My father added, "Canceled his climbing plans again from his number. His friend thinks he's unreliable now." Lauren contributed, "Created another dating profile with his photos. Been standing up dates and blocking people. He won't be able to date anyone in that city without a terrible reputation." My sister Ashley, 20, was also involved. Told his roommate he wanted her to move out. She's apartment hunting now. Once she's gone, he'll be isolated enough that moving home will seem like the better option. They'd been systematically destroying every friendship and potential relationship I had in my new city. They'd cloned my phone number to send messages that appeared to come from me, created fake dating profiles using my identity and photos, and impersonated me across multiple platforms to make me seem unreliable, mean, and unstable. They researched my friendships carefully, learning about my friends' insecurities and relationships, then crafted messages specifically designed to damage those friendships. Their motivation was clear. They wanted me to move back home. My mother had never accepted my decision to move away. She'd called it abandoning family and was furious that I'd chosen independence. The plan was to isolate me in my new city to the point where I'd have no support system and would feel forced to return home, where they could control my life again. My family had planned a big celebration for my grandmother's 80th birthday next month. Over 150 people were invited. Extended family, family friends, people from their church, and several of my grandmother's community groups. My parents had organized everything and were positioning it as a major family milestone event. They'd specifically asked me to come home for it, probably hoping my isolation in the new city would make me stay once I came back. I documented everything meticulously. I gathered the phone records proving messages were sent from the cloned number, the IP logs showing access from my parents' and Lauren's locations, screenshots of their planning chat, testimony from friends showing the fake messages they'd received, and evidence of the fraudulent dating profiles. I contacted several of my friends and ex-roommate, showed them what had actually happened, and asked if they'd be willing to provide statements. I also contacted my grandmother privately and explained everything. She was horrified. Despite being the guest of honor, she agreed to let me address this at her party because she was disgusted by what my parents had done. At the birthday celebration, after dinner but before the cake, my grandmother asked for everyone's attention and said her granddaughter needed to share something important about family and honesty. I took the microphone and explained that for the past 6 months, I'd lost all my friends in my new city through messages I never sent, plans I never canceled, and cruelty I never expressed. I displayed the evidence on the venue's screens, the fake messages sent from my cloned number, the fraudulent dating profiles using my photos, the group chat where my parents, Lauren and Ashley, coordinated which friendships to destroy next and celebrated when friends stopped talking to me. I showed their explicit goal: isolate me completely, so I'd have no choice but to move back home where they could control my life. I'd brought Maya, Jordan, and Keisha with me. They'd been shocked to learn the truth and furious about being manipulated. Maya stood up and confirmed she'd received cruel messages she now knew weren't from me. Jordan explained how we'd both been tricked into thinking the other was constantly flaking. Keisha shared that she'd moved out based on a message asking her to leave that I'd never sent. The room erupted. Extended family members were horrified that parents would commit identity theft to destroy their child's friendships. Several guests who worked in tech or law explained that cloning phone numbers and creating fake profiles was illegal. Church friends who'd known my parents for years said they were disgusted by this level of manipulation and control. My parents tried to defend themselves, saying they were trying to bring me home because I belonged with family. Multiple people responded that adults are allowed to build independent lives and that committing crimes to force someone back home wasn't love. It was abusive control. Lauren claimed she was just helping our parents, and several of my cousins pointed out that she'd actively participated in destroying my reputation with fraudulent dating profiles. My grandmother, the supposed guest of honor, told my parents she was ashamed of them. She said, celebrating her birthday while knowing they'd spent months destroying my happiness made her sick. Several relatives left the party in disgust. Others gathered around me offering apologies for not knowing what I'd been going through. Within 2 weeks, I'd reconnected with most of my friends once they understood what had really happened. Maya, Jordan, Priya, and others apologized for believing the fake messages and were rebuilding our friendships. Keisha asked if she could move back in, and our apartment is better than ever. The people Tyler had told about the bad dating profile experience all received explanations, and my reputation is recovering. My parents are facing legal consequences. The phone provider is pursuing charges for the cloned number. Several of my friends are considering lawsuits for the emotional distress caused by the manufactured conflicts. My parents' church community has largely shunned them after learning what they did. Extended family has sided with me, horrified by the systematic campaign to isolate me. Lauren and Ashley have apologized, but I'm not ready to rebuild those relationships. They spent 6 months actively destroying my friendships, making me question my own sanity, and trying to force me back under family control. Some family members think I should have confronted them privately instead of at my grandmother's birthday party. But that party was where they expected me to be vulnerable, isolated, and potentially willing to move back home. It seemed like exactly the right moment to reveal why I'd actually been isolated. Not because I'd pushed people away, but because my family had been impersonating me to destroy every relationship I'd built. I'm staying in my new city with my rebuilt friendships and a life my family can no longer access or control. The party where they thought they'd celebrate family togetherness became the moment everyone learned how they'd destroyed my happiness to force that togetherness. The 6 months they stole from me, filled with confusion and isolation, are over. And the people who tried to control my life through identity theft no longer have any control over me at all. I discovered my family has been sabotaging my sign language interpreter certification. I, 23, have been studying to become a certified sign language interpreter for 4 years. I started learning ASL in high school after meeting a deaf student who changed my perspective on communication and accessibility. By college, I was majoring in deaf studies with an interpreting focus. After graduation, I spent a year working as an interpreter trainee, logging the hours required to sit for national certification. The RID certification exam is notoriously difficult. Only about 20% of first-time test takers pass, but I'd been preparing intensively. My family never took it seriously. When people asked what I did, my mother would say I was still figuring things out, rather than explain I was a professional interpreter trainee. My father asked repeatedly when I'd get a real job instead of doing hand gestures. My brother Colin, 26, told people I was basically unemployed and learning sign language as a hobby. My sister Natalie, 20, said it was embarrassing that her older sister's career was something anyone could learn from YouTube. 7 months ago, I took my first certification exam attempt. Despite feeling prepared, I failed. The exam has a performance section where you interpret live, and somehow I'd been assigned an unusually difficult evaluation that didn't match my practice level. I was disappointed but determined to retake it. My second attempt, 3 months later, also failed. This time, the evaluation noted issues with my fluency and grammar that didn't reflect my actual signing skills. My mentors at the Deaf Center where I worked were confused. They'd watched me interpret complex medical and legal scenarios successfully, but somehow the certification exam showed me as barely competent. Then, professional opportunities started disappearing. An agency that had offered me a contract position suddenly rescinded it, saying they'd received concerning information about my professionalism. A school district that wanted to interview me for an educational interpreter position never called after initially expressing strong interest. A hospital that was considering me for their deaf services program went with another candidate after someone contacted them with concerns. My mentor Diane, who is deaf and runs the community center, pulled me aside and said someone had been calling agencies around the city claiming to have worked with me, expressing doubts about my competence and ethical boundaries. She'd heard about it from 3 different places. I started investigating what was happening with my certification exams. I requested detailed feedback from RID and discovered that in both attempts, my assigned evaluation scenarios had been flagged as significantly above standard difficulty, something that happens occasionally but shouldn't happen twice to the same person. Someone would have needed access to my exam registration information to request specific difficult evaluations. I checked my email account that I used for professional interpreter correspondence. Someone had been accessing it from my parents' home network. They'd been reading my communication with testing agencies, potential employers, and professional contacts. They'd even responded to some messages pretending to be me. I found an email I never sent to the school district declining their interview request, claiming I'd decided interpreting wasn't the right fit, after all. Another email I didn't write had been sent to the hospital explaining I was reconsidering my career path and withdrawing my application. These emails had been sent from my account while I was at work, from my parents' IP address. I installed monitoring software and discovered my family had been systematically destroying my interpreter career for almost a year. They'd accessed my exam registration portal using saved passwords and submitted requests that made my certification attempts more difficult. They'd contacted professional agencies pretending to be former supervisors, planting doubts about my abilities. They'd responded to job opportunities from my email account, withdrawing my applications without my knowledge. Their family group chat revealed everything. My mother wrote, "Sent another email from her account turning down that interpreting position. Eventually she'll have no options left and will need to find a real career." Colin added, "Called that agency claiming to be her former supervisor. Said she had boundary issues with deaf clients. They won't hire her now." Natalie contributed. Logged into her exam registration and requested the advanced difficulty evaluation. She'll fail again and hopefully give up. My father had been coordinating. Once she fails the certification exam enough times and loses enough job prospects, she'll have to accept that sign language interpretation isn't a viable career. She'll finally pursue something respectable like business or healthcare administration. They'd been ensuring I couldn't pass certification by manipulating the exam difficulty, destroying my professional reputation by impersonating former supervisors, and making me appear unreliable by withdrawing job applications I never knew about. Each failed exam, each lost opportunity, each professional door that closed was their deliberate sabotage, designed to force me out of interpreting. The State Association of Sign Language Interpreters was hosting their annual conference next month, with 500 attendees: interpreters, deaf community members, students, agency representatives, and educators. I'd been selected to present a workshop on medical interpreting despite my certification setbacks. My family had expressed interest in attending, saying they'd finally see what this sign language stuff is really about. I documented everything and contacted RID's ethics board and the State Interpreter Association. What my family had done wasn't just personal. It was professional fraud, affecting deaf community access to qualified interpreters. I showed them the email access logs, the exam manipulation, the fake supervisor calls, and their coordination messages. The association leadership was horrified. Interpreter certification exists to protect the deaf community. My family's sabotage didn't just affect me, it damaged the integrity of the certification process and potentially put unqualified people in positions while keeping qualified people out. At the conference, I gave my medical interpreting workshop in ASL with voice interpretation for hearing attendees. The presentation went well. Then, during the plenary session, Diane invited me to address something affecting the integrity of interpreter certification and professional hiring. I displayed evidence on screens throughout the conference hall, shown in both ASL and spoken English for accessibility. My family accessing my exam registration to request unusually difficult evaluations. Emails sent from my account withdrawing job applications I never knew about. Recordings of Colin impersonating a supervisor to plant doubts with agencies. Their planning messages coordinating which exams to sabotage and which employers to contact. I explained that I'd failed certification twice, not from lack of skill, but because my family had manipulated exam difficulty. I'd lost job opportunities, not from poor performance, but because my family had been calling agencies pretending to be concerned former supervisors. They'd been systematically destroying my interpreter career because they found working with the deaf community less prestigious than traditional corporate work. Several agency representatives in attendance confirmed they'd received concerning calls about me from people claiming to have supervised my work. The deaf community members present expressed outrage. Interpreter access is critical, and sabotaging someone's certification affects deaf people's access to qualified professionals. Diane stood up and signed that I was one of the most skilled trainees she'd worked with, and that knowing my failures were from sabotage rather than incompetence made sense. She emphasized in ASL that the deaf community depends on ethical, qualified interpreters, and what my family had done endangered that access. My parents tried to claim they thought interpreting wasn't a stable career. Multiple deaf community leaders responded that interpreting was essential professional work that required respect, not sabotage. Colin admitted he'd impersonated supervisors, and interpreter ethics board members explained that professional impersonation affecting hiring was fraud. RID invalidated my 2 failed exam attempts after confirming the manipulation of exam difficulty, allowing me to retest without those failures counting against my certification record. The State Association banned my family from all interpreter events and facilities. Several agencies I'd lost opportunities with reached out to apologize and offer new positions once they understood the calls were fabricated. My family faces professional consequences and potential criminal charges for fraud affecting professional licensing and employment. My relationship with them is over. They deliberately destroyed my career for 2 years, ensuring I'd fail certification exams and lose professional opportunities because they were embarrassed that I worked with deaf people. I passed my certification exam on the 3rd attempt with the difficulty level I should have had from the beginning. I'm now a nationally certified interpreter working with medical and legal settings, providing access that the deaf community deserves. and that my family tried to prevent me from offering. Some people think I should have reported them privately to authorities rather than exposing them at the interpreter conference. But that conference was filled with the deaf community my work serves, the professionals who maintain certification integrity, and the people who needed to understand why the certification process had been compromised. The event celebrating interpreter professionalism seemed like exactly the right place to reveal how that professionalism had been attacked by people who thought working with deaf people was beneath me. The conference where my family expected to finally see what I do became the moment everyone learned what they'd been doing, systematically destroying my ability to serve the deaf community through exam manipulation and professional sabotage. The career they thought they'd ended by ensuring I couldn't pass certification continues stronger than before. And the deaf community they dismissed as unworthy of quality interpretation now knows exactly who tried to keep me from serving them and why. I discovered my family has been sabotaging my figure skating blades before competitions. I, 22, have been a competitive figure skater since I was 7. What started as weekend lessons became my life's focus. I trained 6 hours a day, 6 days a week, at a private rink an hour from where I grew up. Last year, I won the regional championships and placed 5th at nationals, which put me on the radar for international assignments and kept my Olympic hopes realistic. I work part-time at the rink's pro shop to help cover training costs, but most of my expenses come from a combination of small sponsorships and prize money I've won over the years. My family has always hated my skating. My parents see it as wasteful. Expensive ice time, coaching fees, costumes, travel to competitions. My older sister Veronica, 26, tells people I'm still trying to make something work instead of admitting I'm a competitive athlete. My brother Julian, 24, calls figure skating not a real sport and makes jokes about sequins and twirling. They wanted me to quit after high school and pursue something practical like business or nursing. 9 months ago, my skating started having dangerous problems. During practice before a major regional competition, I landed a triple jump and my blade came loose from my boot. I fell hard, spraining my wrist. My skate technician was shocked. The screws holding the blade had been loosened enough that landing impact caused them to fail. He'd mounted those blades himself just days earlier and insisted they'd been secure. It happened again before sectionals. My blade edge was dulled on one skate but not the other, causing me to slip during a spin sequence and crash into the boards. I suffered a mild concussion that kept me out of competition for 3 weeks. My blades had been freshly sharpened the day before, but somehow one blade's edge had been ground down unevenly overnight. Then, during nationals practice, both my blades had been subtly tampered with. Not enough to be obvious when walking, but enough that landing jumps caused dangerous instability. I made it through my short program but fell multiple times in my long program, placing 15th instead of the top 5 finish I needed for international assignments. My coach Derek was furious and confused. We'd had the best training season of my career, but competition performances were plagued by equipment failures and injuries that seemed to come from nowhere. I started investigating after my blades failed again during a crucial audition for an ice show that would have provided significant income and exposure. Someone had loosened the mounting screws on both blades just enough that they'd fail under the stress of my opening jump combination. I injured my knee in the fall and lost the audition opportunity. I installed a hidden camera in my locker at the rink after convincing management I was having equipment theft issues. Within a week, I caught my sister Veronica entering the rink during off hours using a guest pass she'd gotten months ago when visiting to watch my practice. She went straight to my locker, picked the simple lock with a tool, and used a small screwdriver to loosen the screws on my blade mounts. I reviewed weeks of footage. Veronica had been coming to the rink when I wasn't there, accessing my equipment and sabotaging my skates before major competitions. Sometimes she'd loosen blade screws. Other times, she'd dull the edges on one blade. Once, she'd used a small file to damage the hollow of my blade in a way that wouldn't be immediately visible, but would cause dangerous instability on the ice. I found their family coordination chat. My mother wrote, "Veronica loosened her blade screws again before tomorrow's competition. Maybe she'll finally get hurt badly enough to quit this ridiculous skating obsession." Julian added, "Good. Figure skating isn't a real career anyway. Better she's forced to stop now than waste more years." My father contributed, "Once she has enough bad performances and injuries, she'll realize skating isn't viable and get a real job. The expenses alone should convince her." Veronica had replied, "Use the file on her blade edge. She'll slip during spins and hopefully crash hard enough to reconsider whether this is worth it." They've been causing deliberate equipment failures designed to injure me. Every fall, every crash, every competition failure caused by suddenly unstable blades was their sabotage. The sprained wrist, the concussion, the injured knee, all from blade failures they'd manufactured. They weren't just trying to make me perform poorly. They were actively trying to injure me seriously enough that I'd be forced to quit skating. The danger was real. Figure skaters move at high speeds on thin blades. Equipment failure during jumps or spins can cause career-ending or even life-threatening injuries. My family had been repeatedly creating the exact conditions most likely to cause me serious harm, betting that enough injuries would make me quit. The National Figure Skating Championships were next month, the biggest competition of the year with 200 competitors and 5,000 spectators. Top finishers would earn spots on international teams and would be considered for the Olympic training program. I'd been training all season for this chance. My family had bought tickets weeks ago, saying they'd finally come support my skating after years of dismissing it. I documented everything and contacted U.S. Figure Skating's safety committee and law enforcement. Tampering with sports equipment to cause injury is assault. I showed them the video footage of Veronica sabotaging my blades, their coordination messages discussing which competitions to target, and medical records showing injuries from equipment failures they'd caused. At Nationals, I competed with equipment I'd kept in a locked case that only my coach and I could access. My performance was strong. I landed all my jumps cleanly, executed my spins without incident, and skated 2 personal best programs. I finished 4th overall, qualifying for international assignments and earning a spot in the Olympic development program. Before the medal ceremony, the championship organizers addressed the crowd about athlete safety. They invited me to speak about equipment sabotage and its dangers in figure skating. On the arena's large screens, I displayed the security footage of Veronica entering my locker and tampering with my blade mounts with a screwdriver. I showed her using a file to damage my blade edges. I displayed their family messages coordinating which competitions to sabotage and celebrating when I got injured from the equipment failures they'd caused. I explained that my fall before regionals that sprained my wrist, my concussion from the boards crash before sectionals, and my knee injury during the ice show audition. All of these had been caused by deliberate blade sabotage by family members who wanted me injured badly enough to quit skating. The skating community was horrified. Everyone in that arena understood how dangerous equipment failure is on ice. Blade tampering can cause paralysis or death. What my family had done wasn't just mean, it was attempted assault that could have killed me. My coach Derek confirmed that my blade failures had seemed suspicious, but that he'd had no evidence of deliberate tampering until now. U.S. figure skating officials stated that athlete safety was paramount and that deliberate equipment sabotage would be prosecuted to the fullest extent. My parents tried to claim they thought I was wasting my life on skating. Multiple Olympic skaters in attendance responded that attempting to injure someone through equipment sabotage wasn't guidance, it was criminal assault. Veronica admitted she'd loosened my blades to teach me a lesson, and law enforcement representatives explained that intentionally causing equipment failure that resulted in injuries was aggravated assault. Veronica was arrested at the championship for multiple counts of assault through equipment tampering. My parents and Julian faced charges as co-conspirators based on their coordination messages. U.S. figure skating has banned my entire family from all sanctioned events nationwide. I'm continuing my skating career with my fourth-place nationals finish, earning me international assignments and Olympic program placement. The injuries my family caused have healed. Every jump I land now means more. They're proof that I could always skate at this level when my blades weren't being sabotaged before competitions. Some people think I should have reported them privately to authorities rather than exposing them at nationals. But that championship was the culmination of the season they'd been sabotaging, was being watched by the skating community and Olympic coaches, and was where they'd expected to watch me fail again from blade failures they'd planned to cause the night before. The event celebrating figure skating seemed like exactly the right moment to reveal how dangerous their sabotage had been. The championship where my family expected to watch me struggle became the moment everyone learned why I'd been struggling, and why I'd been injured so frequently. The career they tried to end by loosening my blade screws continues, and the Olympic dream they tried to destroy through equipment tampering that could have killed me is still alive. The family who thought injuring me through sabotaged skates would force me into a practical career instead faces criminal charges, and I'm skating stronger than ever on blades they can no longer access. I discovered my family has been sabotaging my wildlife rehabilitation work and killing animals. I, 22, have been a licensed wildlife rehabilitator for 2 years. After graduating with a degree in biology, I moved to a rural area and completed the intensive training required to legally rehabilitate injured and orphaned wild animals. I work with a licensed rehabilitation center, taking in animals that need care, mostly birds with broken wings, orphaned raccoons and squirrels, injured turtles, and occasionally larger animals like foxes or deer. It's hard work for minimal pay, but releasing a healed red-tailed hawk back to the wild makes everything worthwhile. 6 months ago, animals in my care started dying at an alarming rate. A juvenile raccoon I'd been nursing for 3 weeks suddenly developed severe illness and had to be euthanized. 2 songbirds with healing wing fractures died overnight for no apparent reason. A recovering fox kit became violently ill after eating its normal diet. These deaths were unusual. My success rate had been strong until suddenly animals started failing despite proper care. Then, the state wildlife agency showed up for an inspection. They'd received complaints about improper animal housing conditions and inadequate care protocols at my facility. The inspector was thorough, examining enclosures, medication logs, and feeding schedules. She found several concerning issues: food storage containers that weren't properly sealed, medication that had expired dates despite me having just purchased it, and enclosure locks that appeared damaged or improperly secured. I was shocked. I was meticulous about following protocols, but the evidence was there, and she had to document it. My rehabilitation license was flagged for review. If I received one more violation report, I'd lose my license entirely and wouldn't be able to work in wildlife rehabilitation anywhere in the state. More animals died. A barred owl that should have recovered from a concussion died suddenly. 3 baby squirrels I'd been successfully raising for weeks all died within hours of each other. The vet who examined them found traces of toxins in their systems, substances that weren't in anything I'd fed them, but that had somehow contaminated their food. My mentor at the main rehabilitation center, Susan, pulled me aside and said other rehabilitators were questioning my competence. Someone had been calling around claiming to have worked with me and expressing concerns about my animal care knowledge and attention to safety protocols. I installed security cameras around my property after the deaths continued. Within 3 days, I captured footage that made my stomach drop. My older brother Ethan, 26, was in my rehabilitation building at 2 a.m., opening animal enclosures and tampering with food containers. The next night, my sister Chloe, 24, appeared on camera doing something to the medication refrigerator. I reviewed weeks of footage. They'd been entering my facility using a key they'd copied when visiting months ago, contaminating animal food with substances that would make them sick or kill them, damaging enclosure locks to create safety violations, and replacing unexpired medications with expired ones they'd sourced elsewhere so inspections would find violations. I found their planning messages. My mother had been coordinating everything from her home 2 hours away. She wrote, "The Fox kit died like we planned. A few more deaths and they'll revoke her license for incompetence." Ethan added, "Contaminated the raccoon food with antifreeze. Should cause organ failure in a few days." Chloe contributed, "Replaced her medications with expired versions. When the inspector comes back, she'll find another violation." My father's messages showed he'd been the one calling other rehabilitators and the wildlife agency filing anonymous complaints. He'd researched exactly what violations would result in license revocation, and they'd been systematically creating those violations, not through my actions, but through their deliberate sabotage designed to look like my negligence. Their motivation was clear. They'd never accepted my career choice. My mother wrote that when friends asked what I did, she was embarrassed to say, "Takes care of injured squirrels," for someone with a college degree. My father complained that wildlife rehabilitation wasn't a real job, and I should be working in pharmaceutical sales or medical tech like he'd wanted. Ethan said his fiance's parents thought it was weird his sister played with wild animals instead of having a normal career. They decided that if I lost my license, I'd be forced to give up wildlife rehabilitation and pursue something they found more acceptable. The animals dying weren't collateral damage they regretted. They were the goal. Each death, each violation they manufactured brought them closer to destroying my career. The animals I dedicated my life to helping were being poisoned and killed by my own family because they were embarrassed by my work. The scope of harm was devastating. I'd lost at least 15 animals over 6 months. 15 wild creatures who should have recovered and been released back to nature, but died because my family poisoned them. My reputation in the rehabilitation community was damaged. My license was in jeopardy. And other rehabilitators were now hesitant to work with me, believing I was either incompetent or careless. The State Wildlife Federation was hosting their annual Conservation Expo next month, with over 600 attendees. Rehabilitators, wildlife biologists, conservation officers, environmental educators, and volunteers. I was scheduled to present a workshop on songbird rehabilitation techniques, despite my recent problems. My family said they'd finally come see what I did, probably expecting to watch me present while my reputation was still damaged from their sabotage. I contacted the wildlife agency inspector who'd flagged my license and showed her everything: the security footage of my family contaminating food and tampering with enclosures, their planning messages, the timeline of animal deaths matching their sabotage schedule, and proof that every violation she documented was manufactured rather than negligent. She was horrified. Wildlife rehabilitation is tightly regulated precisely to protect vulnerable animals, and my family had been deliberately killing protected wildlife to destroy my career. She immediately cleared all flags on my license and notified her supervisors. Killing wildlife and filing false agency reports are both criminal violations. At the expo, I gave my songbird workshop as scheduled. Then, during the closing session, I took the stage and explained that wildlife rehabilitators face many challenges: funding, difficult cases, animals that can't be saved despite our best efforts. But sometimes the biggest threat to wildlife in rehabilitation comes from family members who kill them deliberately. I displayed the security footage on large screens throughout the convention center. Ethan pouring antifreeze into raccoon food containers at 2 a.m. Chloe tampering with the medication refrigerator, replacing valid medications with expired ones. My parents' messages, planning which animals to target next, and celebrating when animals died from their poisoning. I showed their explicit goal: kill enough animals and create enough violations that I'd lose my license and be forced to abandon wildlife rehabilitation for a career they found acceptable. I revealed that the fox kit, the barred owl, the baby squirrels, and at least 12 other animals had died, not from injuries or illness, but from deliberate poisoning by people who found my career embarrassing. The conservation community was outraged. These were people who dedicated their lives to protecting wildlife. The idea that someone would poison animals in rehabilitation, animals that had already survived initial trauma and were healing, specifically to destroy a rehabilitator's career, was incomprehensible. Susan stood up and confirmed the pattern of deaths had seemed unusual, but without evidence of sabotage, she'd questioned my protocols, rather than suspecting murder. The state wildlife inspector confirmed that all the violations documented during inspections were actually manufactured by my family, not legitimate care failures. Several wildlife officers present immediately began discussing charges. Deliberately killing protected wildlife carries serious penalties. Filing false reports to state agencies is a crime. Animal cruelty charges were applicable. The footage showing them poisoning animals was clear evidence for prosecution. My parents tried to claim they were trying to protect me from a dangerous, low-paying career. A wildlife biologist in the audience responded that caring for injured animals wasn't dangerous when protocols were followed, and that my family had created actual danger by poisoning animals and damaging enclosures. Ethan said they just wanted me to have a better job, and multiple rehabilitators explained that wildlife rehabilitation was critical conservation work that deserved respect, not sabotage. The state wildlife agency pressed criminal charges against all 4 family members for killing protected wildlife, animal cruelty, and filing false agency reports. They face significant fines and potential jail time. The wildlife rehabilitation community has blacklisted them. They'll never be welcome at any wildlife facility or conservation event in the state. My license has been fully cleared and my reputation restored within the rehabilitation community. Rehabilitators who distanced themselves based on the violations have reached out, apologizing and offering support. Susan asked me to take on more complex cases now that everyone knows my previous failures were sabotage, not incompetence. The animals my family killed can never be replaced. The barred owl that should have been released will never fly free. The fox kit that should have grown up in the wild died in agony from antifreeze poisoning. The baby squirrels that should have learned to forage will never climb trees. My family murdered vulnerable wildlife to force me into a career they found less embarrassing. Some conservation community members think I should have reported them privately to authorities, rather than exposing them at the expo. But the expo was filled with the people who control wildlife rehabilitation licensing, the people who work to save the same animals my family had been killing, and the community that deserved to know why protected wildlife in rehabilitation had been dying. The event celebrating conservation work seemed like exactly the right place to reveal how that work had been destroyed by people who thought rehabilitating injured animals was beneath me. I'm continuing my rehabilitation work with better security and awareness. Every animal I successfully release now carries extra meaning. They're evidence that wildlife rehabilitation can work when not actively sabotaged by family members who value social status over animal lives. The expo where I was supposed to teach wildlife care became the moment everyone learned how vulnerable wildlife had been deliberately killed to destroy my career. And the family who thought killing animals would force me to quit instead lost their freedom, their reputations, and any relationship with me, while the animals they couldn't kill continue to recover and return to the wild where they belong. I discovered my family has been stealing my documentary footage and selling it to rival filmmakers. I, 22, have been making documentary films since I was 16. What started as a high school video production class project became my career path. I've spent the past 4 years creating a feature-length documentary about climate refugees, following families displaced by environmental disasters across 3 continents. The project has consumed my life, funded by small grants, crowdfunding, and working 3 part-time jobs. Last year, a rough cut screened at a regional film festival and caught the attention of several distributors and streaming platforms interested in acquiring it once completed. Documentary filmmaking at this level is brutally competitive. Original footage, unreleased interviews, and unique access to subjects are everything. Filmmakers spend years building trust with communities and gaining access that can't be replicated. My documentary represented 4 years of relationship building, travel to 7 countries, and over 300 hours of raw footage that would be edited into a 90-minute film. My family has never supported it. My parents see documentary filmmaking as not a real job, and have repeatedly asked when I'd get serious about a career with stability. My older brother Preston, 25, tells people I'm making videos, instead of explaining I'm a working filmmaker with festival recognition. My sister Sloane, 20, says it's hard to explain to her friends that her sister is trying to be a documentary filmmaker, like it's an unrealistic dream rather than actual professional work. 7 months ago, my documentary project started having strange problems. An interview subject in Bangladesh, who'd been cooperating for 2 years, suddenly refused to continue filming, saying another filmmaker had already covered his story in depth. That was impossible. I'd been the only one documenting his family's displacement. When I asked for details, he described scenes and interviews I'd filmed with him over the past year, but said a different filmmaker had shown him footage proving they'd already captured everything. Then, a major environmental nonprofit that had been considering funding my film's completion told me they'd decided to support a different documentary on the same topic that was further along in production, with more comprehensive footage. When I asked about this competing project, they described sequences that matched interviews and scenes I'd filmed but hadn't yet shown publicly. A film festival where I'd submitted my work in progress rejected it, saying the subject matter was too similar to another documentary they'd already accepted. When that other film screened, I attended and was shocked. It contained footage that was nearly identical to mine, covering the same families, telling the same stories, but credited to a different filmmaker. I started investigating how another filmmaker could have footage so similar to mine. Documentary work is unique. You can't recreate a specific interview with a specific person in a specific moment. If someone had footage matching mine, they either had extraordinary coincidence or they had access to my actual raw footage. I checked my cloud storage where I backed up all my footage. The access logs showed someone had been downloading my files for months. Hundreds of gigabytes of raw interviews, B-roll footage, and rough edit sequences. The downloads came from my parents' home network. I installed monitoring software and discovered my brother Preston had been accessing my cloud account using a password he'd gotten when helping set up my backup system a year ago. He wasn't just viewing the footage, he was downloading everything and uploading it to file-sharing sites where other filmmakers could access it. I found his correspondence with 3 different documentary filmmakers. He'd been selling my footage to them, offering exclusive access to climate refugee stories, unreleased interviews, and comprehensive footage from locations they'd never been to. He was charging thousands of dollars per package of footage, selling my 4 years of work to competitors who could complete their films faster because they didn't have to do the actual documentary work. My sister Sloane appeared in the evidence too. She'd been contacting my interview subjects after I'd filmed them, claiming to be my production assistant, and telling them that other filmmakers would be following up on their stories. She'd effectively release my subjects from any exclusivity by making them think multiple filmmakers had permission to use their stories. I found their family group chat. My father wrote, "Preston sold another package of her footage to that filmmaker in Toronto. Once enough people have covered the same stories, her documentary won't be unique enough to distribute." Preston added, "Made $8,000 this month selling her raw footage. The buyers don't know it's stolen. They think I'm a legitimate footage broker." Sloane contributed, "Told 3 more of her interview subjects that other filmmakers had permission to film them. They won't be exclusive to her project anymore." My mother had replied, "Perfect. Once distributors realize her documentary isn't unique, they'll lose interest and she'll have to give up this filmmaking fantasy and get a real job. They'd been systematically stealing my footage and undermining my exclusive access to subjects for months. Every competing documentary that appeared, every rejection because my stories weren't unique enough, every interview subject who suddenly became unavailable, all caused by my family selling my work and sabotaging my relationships with the communities I'd spent years building trust with. The International Documentary Film Festival was next month, the most prestigious documentary festival in the country, with 500 filmmakers attending and 10,000 audience members over 10 days. My climate refugee documentary had been accepted for the festival's main competition section, which would be attended by distributors from major streaming platforms, international film buyers, and documentary critics. This was the moment I'd been working toward for 4 years. My family had purchased festival passes weeks ago, saying they'd finally come see what documentary filmmaking actually involves, after years of dismissing my work. They probably expected to watch competing documentaries they'd enabled by selling my footage. I documented everything and contacted the festival's programming director, my legal counsel, and law enforcement. Copyright theft and fraud in the film industry are serious federal crimes. I showed them the evidence of Preston selling my footage, the correspondence with competing filmmakers who'd purchased it, Sloan's interference with my subjects, and their coordination messages. The festival took it extremely seriously. Several documentaries that had used footage purchased from Preston were quietly pulled from the program after the festival confirmed the footage was stolen. The filmmakers who'd bought my footage hadn't known it was stolen. Preston had created a fake footage licensing company to seem legitimate. But using stolen footage violated both copyright law and festival ethics policies. At the festival, my documentary screened to a sold-out theater with 800 people and was live-streamed to festival pass holders. The screening was powerful. 4 years of work showing families' resilience through climate displacement. We received a standing ovation. After the screening during the Q&A session, I addressed the audience about something that had threatened to prevent this film from existing. I explained that for months, my family had been stealing my raw footage and selling it to competing filmmakers, trying to make my documentary not unique enough to distribute. On screens in the theater, I displayed evidence. Access logs showing Preston downloading hundreds of gigabytes of my footage. His correspondence selling exclusive climate refugee footage to other filmmakers for thousands of dollars. Their family messages coordinating the theft and celebrating when competing documentaries appeared using my work. I revealed that several documentaries that had been submitted to festivals in recent months contained footage stolen from my project. Footage those filmmakers had purchased from my brother without knowing it was stolen. I explained that my 4 years of building trust with displaced communities had been undermined by my sister contacting my subjects and releasing them from exclusivity. The audience of filmmakers, critics, and distributors was outraged. Documentary ethics depend on exclusive access and original footage. What my family had done wasn't just theft, it was undermining the fundamental integrity of documentary filmmaking. Several competing filmmakers whose work had been pulled from the festival stood up and apologized, explaining they'd had no idea the footage they'd purchased was stolen. Festival programmers confirmed they'd removed films containing stolen footage and would be implementing better verification processes. Multiple streaming platform representatives present stated they'd been interested in my documentary before learning about competing projects, and that knowing those projects used stolen footage changed their understanding of what was actually original work. Preston tried to claim he didn't think it was illegal to share footage. Law enforcement representatives at the festival explained that selling copyrighted material without permission was federal copyright theft with serious criminal penalties. My parents tried to say they wanted me to move on from filmmaking, and multiple documentary filmmakers responded that stealing someone's life's work wasn't guidance. It was sabotage that had enriched Preston while destroying my career prospects. Law enforcement arrested Preston at the festival for copyright theft and fraud. My parents and Sloan faced charges as co-conspirators. Preston had made over $40,000 selling my footage, which will be seized and awarded to me in restitution. My documentary won the festival's grand jury prize for Best Documentary Feature. 3 major streaming platforms entered a bidding war for distribution rights, and the final sale price exceeded 6 figures, far more than I'd lost from their sabotage. Several film production companies approached me about funding my next documentary project. My relationship with my family is over. Preston stole 4 years of my work and sold it for profit, enabling competing filmmakers to tell stories I'd spent years building access to. Sloan undermined relationships with communities I'd worked hard to build trust with. My parents coordinated it all because they couldn't accept documentary filmmaking as legitimate work. Some people think I should have reported them privately rather than exposing them at the festival. But that festival was attended by the distributors, critics, and film buyers whose decisions had been influenced by competing documentaries that existed only because of stolen footage. The event celebrating documentary filmmaking seemed like exactly the right place to reveal how documentary ethics had been violated. The festival where my family expected to watch me screen my documentary became the moment the film world learned my documentary had nearly been destroyed by systematic footage theft. The career they tried to end by selling my work continues stronger than before. And the distribution deal they tried to prevent happened with platforms that now understand what I overcame. The family who thought stealing my footage would force me into a traditional career instead faces federal charges for copyright theft. And I'm making documentaries at a professional level they can never sabotage again. I discovered my family has been drugging my competition horse before show jumping events. I, 20, have been a competitive equestrian since I was 9. Show jumping became my passion after my first riding lesson, and by high school, I was competing regionally on horses I leased from my trainer's barn. 2 years ago, I saved enough from working 3 jobs to buy my own horse, a 7-year-old warm-blood gelding named Apollo that I found at an auction. He had talent but needed training, which I'd been doing while working as a barn manager to cover his board and my competition fees. Last year, Apollo and I qualified for regional championships and placed in the top 10, which put us on the radar for national-level competitions. This year, I was training toward Grand Prix level classes, the highest competitive level before international competition. Success at this level would mean sponsorships, prize money, and potentially a career as a professional rider. Several trainers had approached me about working with their programs. My family has always seen horses as a waste. My parents call it an expensive hobby for rich people, and can't understand why I'm working multiple jobs to fund what they consider a frivolous pursuit. My older brother Cameron, 24, tells people I work at a barn without mentioning I'm competing at a high level. My sister Whitney, 22, says it's embarrassing that I'm still playing with horses instead of having a real career like her job in marketing. 5 months ago, Apollo started having terrible performances at competitions. During a qualifying show for a major Grand Prix event, he refused jumps he'd been clearing easily in practice. He seemed sluggish and unmotivated, completely unlike his usual energetic personality. We were eliminated for refusals, costing us crucial qualifying points. It happened at the next show, and the next. Apollo would school beautifully at home during the week, but at competitions he'd be lethargic, uncoordinated, and completely unlike himself. My trainer Michelle was baffled. She'd been training horses for 30 years and couldn't understand why he was 2 different horses at home versus shows. Then he started showing signs of distress. At one competition, he was so severely dehydrated that a vet had to intervene. At another, he seemed dizzy and couldn't maintain balance over simple exercises. The competition vet suggested he might have an underlying health issue affecting him intermittently. I had Apollo examined by 3 different veterinarians, including a specialist in equine sports medicine. They found nothing wrong. His blood work, joints, and overall health were excellent. But his competition performances continued to deteriorate while his home training sessions remained strong. I started keeping detailed logs of everything: his feed, his behavior, his work schedule, everything. The pattern became clear. Apollo was fine all week until the night before a competition, when his symptoms would suddenly appear. By the morning of the show, he'd be sluggish and uncoordinated. By 2 days after the competition, he'd be back to normal. I installed cameras in Apollo's stall at the barn where he's boarded. Within 2 weeks, I caught my brother Cameron entering the barn late at night before a major competition. He accessed Apollo's stall using a code to the barn he'd gotten when visiting months earlier. He added something to Apollo's water bucket, something from a small bottle he pulled from his jacket. I confronted the barn owner and reviewed more footage. Cameron had been coming to the barn the night before every major competition for 5 months. Always late at night when no one was there. Always going directly to Apollo's stall. Always adding something to his water. I saved Apollo's water sample from the next competition and had it tested by an equine toxicology lab. It contained sedatives, specifically a mild tranquilizer that would make a horse sluggish and uncoordinated, but would clear his system within 48 hours. The dosage was carefully calculated to affect his performance without causing obvious sickness that would trigger a banned substance test during competition. I found their family group chat. My mother wrote, "Cameron drugged the horse again before tomorrow's show. She'll have another bad performance and maybe finally realize this horse hobby isn't financially viable." Cameron added, "Use the sedative that leaves his system quickly. She'll just think the horse is unpredictable and eventually give up." Whitney contributed, "Good. Once she has enough bad shows and wastes enough money on entry fees, she'll have to sell the horse and get a real job." My father had replied, "Perfect. Horses are a money pit anyway. Better she learns now that professional riding isn't realistic for someone without family money to support it." They'd been systematically drugging my horse before every major competition for 5 months to ensure we'd fail. Every refused jump, every elimination, every frustrated tear after a terrible show had been caused by them poisoning Apollo to make him unable to compete. They wanted me to believe he was unreliable or that I wasn't skilled enough, forcing me to give up horses and pursue a traditional career they found acceptable. The financial damage was severe. I'd spent thousands on entry fees for competitions we couldn't complete successfully. I'd lost qualifying points that would have earned me spots in more prestigious shows with larger prize purses. I'd passed up job opportunities with professional riders because my competition record had become so inconsistent that I looked like an unreliable amateur. More serious was the danger to Apollo. Sedating a horse before jumping is incredibly dangerous. If the dosage was wrong, or if he'd jumped while too impaired, he could have fallen and broken his legs, ending his life. They'd been risking my horse's life every time they drugged him, betting that making him perform poorly was worth the risk of killing him. The regional Grand Prix championships were next month, the biggest show of the year with 200 competitors and 3,000 spectators. Top 3 finishers would qualify for national championships and would earn significant prize money. Several sponsors and professional training programs would be watching. My family had bought tickets weeks ago, saying they'd finally come see what professional riding looks like. I documented everything and contacted the United States Equestrian Federation's Competition Integrity Committee and law enforcement. Drugging horses before competition is a serious crime, both animal cruelty and fraud. I showed them the security footage, the toxicology results, their coordination messages, and the pattern of Apollo's competition failures matching their drugging schedule. At the championships, Apollo and I competed in Grand Prix classes with my horse kept under 24-hour security that my family couldn't access. Apollo was brilliant. He jumped clear rounds in both qualifying and finals, demonstrating the talent and training he'd always had when he wasn't being drugged. We finished second overall, qualifying for nationals and earning substantial prize money. During the awards ceremony with 3,000 spectators and live streaming to the equestrian community, the show organizers addressed the crowd about equine welfare and competition integrity. They invited me to speak about systematic horse drugging. On the arena's large screens visible throughout the venue, I displayed the security footage of Cameron entering Apollo's stall at night and adding sedatives to his water bucket. I showed the toxicology results, proving Apollo had been drugged before competitions. I displayed their family messages coordinating which shows to target and celebrating when Apollo performed terribly from the drugs they'd given him. I explained that for 5 months, my horse had been systematically drugged before every major competition to ensure we'd fail. Every bad show, every refused jump, every elimination was caused by sedatives my family had been giving my horse to force me to believe equestrian competition wasn't viable and to make me give up horses for a traditional career. The equestrian community was horrified. Horse drugging is taken extremely seriously. It's animal abuse and competition fraud. What my family had done endangered Apollo's life and destroyed the integrity of every competition he'd entered while drugged. My trainer Michelle stood up and confirmed that Apollo's inconsistent performances had seemed suspicious, but that she'd never suspected deliberate drugging. Competition officials stated that drugging horses threatened the welfare of animals and the fairness of competition. Cameron tried to claim he was trying to help me see reality about the costs of riding. Multiple professional riders in attendance responded that drugging horses to cause competition failures wasn't helping. It was criminal animal abuse. My parents tried to say horses were too expensive for me, and several Grand Prix riders explained that many successful professionals started exactly where I was, working multiple jobs and building careers through competition success that my family had been preventing. Law enforcement arrested Cameron at the championship for animal cruelty, drugging competition animals, and fraud. My parents and Whitney faced charges as co-conspirators based on their coordination messages. The USEF has banned my entire family from all sanctioned equestrian events. Apollo and I are continuing our competition career with my second-place regional finish qualifying us for nationals. The drugging didn't cause any permanent health damage, but the trauma of performing while sedated could have killed him if he'd fallen. Every clear round we jump now means more. They're proof of what we could always do when he wasn't being poisoned before shows. Several sponsors have reached out after seeing the truth, and 2 professional training programs have offered me working student positions that would allow me to continue competing while learning from top trainers. The prize money from regionals covered some of what I'd lost from failed competitions their drugging caused. Some people think I should have reported them privately to authorities rather than exposing them at the championships. But that championship was the culmination of the season they'd been sabotaging, was attended by the equestrian community and sponsors who'd questioned my abilities based on drugged performances, and was where they'd expected to watch us fail again from sedatives they'd planned to give Apollo the night before. The championship where my family expected to watch me struggle with an unreliable horse became the moment everyone learned why Apollo had seemed unreliable, and why he'd never been unreliable at all when they couldn't access him to poison him. The career they tried to destroy through animal abuse continues, and the horse they endangered to force me out of riding is healthy, happy, and jumping at the level he was always capable of when not sedated. My relationship with my family is over. They risked my horse's life repeatedly, spent 5 months ensuring we'd fail at the exact moments that mattered most, and destroyed opportunities I'd worked years to earn. All because they thought professional riding wasn't realistic for someone without family wealth. The family who thought drugging my horse would force me into marketing instead faces criminal charges, destroyed reputations in a community they'll never be welcome in, and no relationship with me. Apollo and I are jumping higher than ever, and the national championships they tried to prevent us from reaching are just weeks away. I discovered my family has been sabotaging my EMT practical training scenarios. I, 21, am in my final semester of paramedic training after completing my EMT certification 2 years ago. Emergency medical services has been my calling since volunteering with my local rescue squad in high school. The paramedic program is intensive. 18 months of advanced medical training, clinical rotations in emergency rooms and ambulances, and rigorous practical examinations where we demonstrate critical life-saving skills. Last month, I passed my written National Registry exam and only have practical skills testing remaining before becoming a certified paramedic. Paramedic certification requires passing multiple high-stakes practical scenarios, simulated medical emergencies where candidates must assess patients, make treatment decisions, and perform procedures while being evaluated by certified examiners. These scenarios test everything from cardiac arrest response to trauma management to pediatric emergencies. Failing any scenario means repeating the entire testing process. My family has never supported this path. My parents think emergency medicine is too stressful and traumatic. They wanted me to pursue nursing in a hospital setting instead of pre-hospital emergency care. My older brother Wade, 24, tells people I'm taking medical classes, without mentioning I'm becoming a paramedic. My sister Carmen, 19, says it's disturbing when her friends ask what I do, and she has to explain emergency ambulance work with all its graphic reality. 6 months ago, my practical training started having strange problems. During a critical trauma scenario evaluation, I reached for equipment I'd prepared in my jump bag, only to find essential supplies missing. Airway management tools, IV supplies, trauma dressings. I had to improvise and nearly failed the scenario. My instructor was confused because I'd always been meticulous about equipment preparation. It happened again during my cardiac arrest scenario practice. My AED, automated external defibrillator, training unit malfunctioned, and my medications were mixed up in my drug box. Labels didn't match contents, creating dangerous confusion during a time-sensitive scenario. I failed that practice run and had to repeat it. Then, during my pediatric emergency training, someone had switched my pediatric-sized equipment with adult sizes. Wrong-sized airway devices, wrong medication dosages calculated for adults instead of children. Using incorrect equipment or dosages on pediatric patients would be catastrophic in real emergencies, and I failed that scenario. My clinical instructor, Maria, started questioning my preparation and attention to detail, skills I'd always excelled at. But scenario after scenario, my equipment would be wrong, my supplies would be missing, or my preparations would be sabotaged in ways that affected my performance. I started arriving hours early to prepare and check my equipment after another failed scenario where my oxygen tank was empty despite my having filled it the day before. I installed a small camera in my locker at the training center after convincing administration I was having equipment theft issues. Within 2 weeks, I caught my brother Wade entering the training facility using a visitor badge he'd obtained by claiming to be researching paramedic careers. He went directly to my assigned locker, picked the lock, and systematically sabotaged my equipment, removing critical supplies, switching medication labels, disconnecting oxygen regulators, and replacing batteries in electronic equipment with dead ones. I reviewed months of footage. Wade had been sabotaging my practical training equipment before every major scenario evaluation for 6 months. Sometimes he'd remove supplies entirely. Other times he'd make subtle changes that wouldn't be immediately obvious, but would cause failures during scenarios. Wrong equipment sizes, switched medications, disabled devices. My sister Carmen appeared in footage too, accessing the training center during evening hours and contaminating my practice IV solutions with substances that would make them unusable, and switching my practice medications with expired versions or wrong concentrations. But it was worse than equipment sabotage. I found emails where Wade had been contacting my clinical preceptors, the experienced paramedics who supervised my ambulance ride-alongs, claiming to be a concerned family member with observations about my stress management and decision-making capabilities. He'd been planting doubts about my psychological fitness for emergency medicine. I found their family group chat. My mother wrote, "Wade sabotaged her trauma equipment again before tomorrow's practical exam. She'll fail and maybe realize emergency medicine isn't right for her." Wade added, "Removed her airway management supplies and switched her medication labels. She'll look unprepared and incompetent." Carmen contributed. Contaminated her IV practice solutions. She won't be able to complete her scenarios properly. My father had replied, Good. Once she fails enough practical exams and her preceptors doubt her capabilities, she'll have to switch to hospital nursing instead of this traumatic ambulance work. They'd been systematically sabotaging my practical training to force me to fail certification and abandon pre-hospital emergency medicine. Every missing supply, every equipment malfunction, every failed scenario caused by preparations that should have been solid, all deliberately created to make me appear incompetent and unprepared for emergency medical work. The state paramedic certification practical examination was next month, the final requirement before I could work as a certified paramedic. The exam would be held over 2 days, with 50 candidates testing and evaluated by state-certified examiners. Passing all stations was required for certification. My family had requested to attend as observers, saying they'd finally see what paramedic work actually involves after years of asking me to choose a different path. I documented everything and contacted my paramedic program director, the state EMS certification office, and law enforcement. Sabotaging medical training equipment endangered not just my certification, but potentially patient care if I'd failed to notice sabotage and carried incorrect equipment or procedures into real emergencies. I showed them the security footage, their coordination messages, the evidence of equipment tampering, and the emails to my preceptors. The program took it extremely seriously. Patient safety depends on properly trained paramedics, and sabotaging training undermines the entire emergency medical system. At the state practical exam, I tested using secured equipment provided by the examination site. I passed all scenarios: trauma, cardiac, medical, pediatric, and OB, demonstrating the skills and knowledge I'd always had when my equipment wasn't being sabotaged. I achieved paramedic certification and was offered a position with a busy urban EMS service. Before the certification ceremony, with all 50 new paramedics and 200 family members attending, the state EMS director addressed the crowd about training integrity. They invited me to speak about systematic equipment sabotage affecting medical training. On screens in the ceremony hall, I displayed the security footage of Wade entering my training locker and removing critical medical supplies, switching medication labels, and disabling emergency equipment. I showed Carmen contaminating IV solutions and replacing medications with expired versions. I revealed their family messages, coordinating which scenarios to sabotage, and discussing how failed certifications would force me into hospital nursing. I explained that for 6 months, I'd failed training scenarios not from lack of knowledge or skill, but because my family had been sabotaging my medical equipment before evaluations. Every missing airway device, every switched medication, every malfunctioning piece of equipment was deliberately created to prevent me from becoming a paramedic. The EMS community in attendance was horrified. These were experienced paramedics, EMS instructors, and emergency medical professionals who understood that training integrity directly affected patient care and public safety. What my family had done endangered not just my career but potentially future patients if their sabotage had caused me to develop bad habits or miss critical training. My clinical instructor Maria stood up and confirmed that my performance failures had seemed uncharacteristic given my strong clinical knowledge, and that knowing about the equipment sabotage explained the pattern completely. Several state EMS officials present emphasized that tampering with medical training equipment was incredibly serious. It affected certification validity and potentially endangered public safety by preventing capable providers from being properly trained. My parents tried to claim they thought pre-hospital emergency medicine was too traumatic for me to handle long-term. Multiple veteran paramedics with 20-plus years of experience responded that sabotaging medical equipment didn't protect anyone from trauma. It just prevented qualified people from entering a profession that desperately needed them. Wade admitted he'd sabotaged equipment to steer me toward hospital nursing instead. And law enforcement explained that tampering with medical training equipment and impersonating concerned parties to medical supervisors constituted fraud affecting professional licensing. Law enforcement arrested Wade and Carmen for fraud affecting professional medical certification, evidence tampering, and criminal mischief. My parents face charges as co-conspirators. The state EMS office has banned my family from all EMS training facilities and certification events. I'm starting my career as a paramedic with a busy urban EMS service, working alongside experienced providers who were impressed that I'd achieved certification despite systematic equipment sabotage. Several of my classmates who'd witnessed my struggles during training approached me after the ceremony, apologizing for thinking I was just poorly prepared, when actually, my equipment was being deliberately sabotaged. My relationship with my family is over. They spent 6 months ensuring I'd fail practical scenarios by removing life-saving equipment, switching medications, and sabotaging medical devices. All because they thought pre-hospital emergency medicine was too stressful compared to hospital nursing. They endangered not just my certification, but potentially patient safety if I'd developed bad habits from repeatedly training with sabotaged equipment. Some people think I should have reported them privately to program administrators, rather than exposing them during the certification ceremony. But that ceremony was attended by state EMS officials who regulate paramedic certification, training program directors who ensure training integrity, and the EMS community that depends on properly trained providers. The event celebrating new paramedics seemed like exactly the right place to reveal how paramedic training had been systematically compromised. The ceremony, where my family expected to watch me receive certification, became the moment everyone learned why certification had been so difficult to achieve. Not because I lacked the skills, but because my training equipment had been deliberately sabotaged before every critical evaluation. The career they tried to prevent through equipment tampering has begun, and the certification they tried to make impossible is now allowing me to provide emergency medical care to people who need it. The family who thought sabotaging my medical supplies would force me into hospital nursing instead faces criminal charges for endangering training integrity. And I'm responding to 911 calls with properly functioning equipment they can never access again. I discovered my family has been stealing my debate cases and feeding them to my opponents. I, 20, have been a competitive debater since high school. What started as joining the speech and debate team freshman year became my passion and career path. I compete in policy debate, a rigorous form where teams research topics for months, developing intricate arguments and counter-arguments. I'm currently on my university's nationally ranked debate team while pursuing a political science degree. Last year, my partner and I reached elimination rounds at the national debate tournament and were considered contenders for this year's championship. Success in policy debate requires hundreds of hours of research. Teams develop cases, comprehensive arguments with evidence from academic journals, policy papers, and expert sources. These cases represent months of work and are closely guarded secrets. Knowing your opponent's arguments before a debate is an enormous advantage. Teams spend thousands of dollars traveling to tournaments, and top debaters often receive graduate school scholarships based on their competitive success. My family has never understood debate. My parents see it as arguing for no reason and can't grasp why I spend weekends at tournaments instead of getting a traditional part-time job. My brother Logan, 23, tells people I'm on the college debate team, like it's a casual club, instead of explaining I'm competing nationally with scholarship implications. My sister Bailey, 19, says it's embarrassing when her sorority asks what I do, and she has to explain competitive debate like it's mock trial or model UN. 6 months ago, my debate performances started failing mysteriously. At a major tournament, my opponents seemed to know my arguments before I made them. They had prepared responses to specific evidence I'd been planning to read, evidence my partner and I had researched ourselves and hadn't shared with anyone. We lost in early rounds when we should have advanced deep into elimination brackets. It happened at the next tournament. Opponents would preemptively answer arguments I hadn't made yet, almost like they'd seen my case files. My research strategies that had been working for years suddenly seemed ineffective because opponents were always one step ahead. My debate partner Emma was confused. Our preparation was as thorough as ever, but we kept losing to teams that seemed to have insider knowledge of our arguments. Then I started receiving strange messages from other debaters asking about arguments I'd supposedly shared with them, arguments I'd never discussed with anyone outside my partnership. One competitor thanked me for the interesting strategy discussion we'd supposedly had, describing specific evidence from cases I was planning to read at upcoming tournaments. I became suspicious when opponents at a regional tournament directly quoted evidence from my files. Evidence I'd cut just days earlier from an obscure academic journal that wasn't commonly used in debate. They even had the same highlighting and formatting I'd used, word for word. That level of preparation overlap seemed impossible unless someone had accessed my actual files. I installed monitoring software on my laptop and cloud storage where I kept my debate research. Within a week, I discovered someone had been accessing my files from my parents' home network. They were downloading my case files, my evidence blocks, my strategic memos to my partner. Everything. I checked access logs and found my brother Logan had been regularly logging into my cloud account using a password he'd gotten when helping me set up backups months ago. He was downloading my cases and strategic files. Then I found his email account linked to several debate forums where he'd been posting my arguments anonymously, claiming to be sharing research with the community. But it was worse than that. I discovered he'd been directly contacting teams we were scheduled to debate, sending them our case files days before tournaments. He'd created fake accounts on debate forums and would post detailed descriptions of our arguments, ensuring our opponents would see them and prepare answers. My sister Bailey appeared in email logs too. She'd been befriending debaters from opposing teams on social media, gaining their trust, then casually mentioning our arguments in conversation as if sharing friendly advice about what to prepare for. She'd describe our evidence, our strategies, our prepared rebuttals, giving opponents comprehensive intelligence about our cases. I found their family group chat. My father wrote, "Logan sent their case files to the team they're debating Saturday. They'll lose and maybe finally realize debate isn't worth the time investment." Logan added, "Posted their research on 3 debate forums. Everyone will have answers prepared for their arguments now." Bailey contributed, "Messaged 5 teams they're scheduled to debate this month. Gave them detailed breakdowns of their strategic approach." My mother had replied, "Perfect. Once they lose enough tournaments and don't qualify for nationals, she'll have to accept that debate isn't a real career path and focus on practical job experience." They'd been systematically leaking my debate research and cases to opponents for 6 months. Every unexpected loss, every opponent who seemed to know my arguments before I made them, every tournament where we failed to advance despite strong preparation, all caused by my family sharing my work with competitors who used it to beat me. The impact was devastating professionally. Debate success determines scholarship opportunities, graduate school admissions, and career prospects in law and policy. I'd lost tournaments I should have won, missed qualification thresholds for prestigious invitationals, and damaged my competitive record during the exact year when senior year performance matters most for post-graduation opportunities. The financial cost was substantial. Each tournament required travel, lodging, and registration fees. I'd spent thousands attending competitions where I couldn't succeed because my opponents had been given my cases in advance. My partner Emma had spent equal amounts, losing opportunities because of sabotage she knew nothing about. The national debate tournament was next month, the championship event with 78 qualified teams competing over 4 days. 500 people would attend, including college debate coaches, law school admissions representatives, and graduate program recruiters. The tournament would determine national rankings and significantly influence graduate school scholarship offers. My team had qualified based on our earlier season success before the sabotage fully impacted our record. My family had requested spectator passes, saying they'd finally come see what competitive debate actually involves after years of dismissing it. I documented everything and contacted the tournament's ethics committee and my university's debate coach. I showed them the access logs proving my family had stolen my cases, the forum posts sharing my research, the emails to opponents, and their coordination messages. The debate community takes evidence ethics and competitive integrity extremely seriously. At nationals, my partner and I competed with new cases we'd developed in a secure environment my family couldn't access. Our arguments were original, our evidence was protected, and opponents didn't have advanced knowledge. We won preliminary rounds convincingly and advanced to elimination brackets, eventually reaching the semifinal round. Before the final day of competition, with hundreds of spectators and streaming to the debate community, the tournament director addressed the audience about competitive ethics. They invited me to speak about systematic case theft and opponent collusion. On screens throughout the venue, I displayed the evidence. Access logs showing my brother downloading my case files from my cloud storage. Forum posts where he'd shared my research and arguments anonymously. Emails from Bailey to opposing teams detailing our strategic approach and specific evidence. Their family messages coordinating which opponents to contact and celebrating when teams they'd helped beat us in tournaments. I explained that for 6 months, I'd lost debates, not because my arguments were weak, but because my family had been giving my cases to opponents before tournaments. Every loss to a team that seemed to know my evidence, every opponent who had prepared answers to arguments they shouldn't have known about, every missed qualification for prestigious tournaments was caused by deliberate leaking of my research. The debate community was outraged. The audience included coaches, judges, and competitors who understood that case theft violated the fundamental ethics of competitive debate. What my family had done wasn't just unsportsmanlike. It was cheating that affected tournament results, scholarship decisions, and competitive rankings. My debate coach stood up and confirmed that our performance decline had seemed suspicious, given our preparation quality, and that knowing about the case theft explained the pattern. Several tournament directors present stated they'd review results from competitions where opponents had received leaked cases. My parents tried to claim they thought debate was consuming too much of my time. Multiple debate coaches responded that giving opponents your daughter's cases wasn't time management. It was sabotaging her competitive opportunities and potentially affecting her graduate school prospects. Logan admitted he'd shared cases because he thought I was taking debate too seriously. And ethics committee members explained that case theft affected tournament integrity and scholarship fairness. The debate community banned my entire family from all sanctioned tournaments and events. Several teams we'd lost to after they'd received leaked cases reached out apologizing, and tournament directors noted the sabotage in their records. Law school admission representatives present expressed interest in candidates who'd competed despite systematic case theft. My partner Emma and I finished 4th at nationals, our best placement yet, achieved without leaked cases affecting the competition. Several graduate programs offered enhanced scholarship packages after learning about the documented sabotage, impressed by our resilience. My relationship with my family is over. They stole 6 months of research, leaked cases to dozens of opponents, and cost me thousands in tournament fees for competitions I couldn't win fairly because they'd armed my opponents with my own arguments. All because they thought competitive debate was a waste of time compared to traditional job experience. Some people think I should have reported them privately to the ethics committee rather than exposing them during nationals. But that tournament was attended by the coaches, judges, and admission representatives whose decisions had been influenced by losses my family had caused through case theft. The event, celebrating competitive debate, seemed like exactly the right place to reveal how debate integrity had been violated. The tournament where my family expected to watch me debate became the moment everyone learned why debates had been so difficult, and why I'd always had strong arguments that opponents mysteriously knew about in advance. The career they tried to destroy by sharing my cases continues, and the graduate school opportunities they tried to prevent are opening now that programs know the truth. The family who thought stealing my debate research would force me into normal jobs instead faces permanent bans from the debate community and no relationship with me, while the debate career they couldn't accept thrives in a community that now knows exactly what I overcame to keep competing. I discovered my family has been sabotaging my archery equipment before Olympic qualifiers. I, 21, have been a competitive archer since I was 14. What started as a middle school extracurricular became my life's focus. I trained 6 days a week, competed nationally, and 2 years ago made the junior national team. My goal has always been clear: qualify for the Olympics. It's not a fantasy. My scores put me in realistic contention for the team, and the qualifying tournaments were scheduled over the next 18 months. I'd deferred college to train full-time, working part-time at an outdoor gear shop to cover expenses. My family never understood. They saw archery as a hobby that should have stayed recreational. My parents wanted me in college immediately, pursuing something practical, like engineering or pre-med. My older brother Derek, 25, constantly made jokes about me playing with toys instead of having a real job. My sister Amanda, 23, told her friends I was taking a gap year rather than admit I was training for Olympic trials. 8 months ago, my performance started declining mysteriously. During a major qualifying tournament, my arrows grouped inconsistently despite my form being solid. My coach was puzzled. I'd been shooting personal bests in practice all week, but during competition my arrows scattered across the target. I placed 8th when I should have podiumed, costing me crucial ranking points. Then, my equipment started having problems. My bowstring snapped during warm-ups at a regional championship, unusual since I'd just had it inspected. My arrow rest broke mid-competition at nationals, forcing me to withdraw. My sight pins were misaligned before trials, despite being perfectly calibrated the night before. Each equipment failure happened at critical competitions, never during practice. My ranking dropped from 4th nationally to 15th over 6 months. Sponsors started pulling back. The national team coach told me I needed to regain consistency if I wanted to stay in Olympic consideration. I was training harder than ever, but performing worse when it mattered most. Then, arrows went missing from my competition set. These weren't cheap practice arrows. They were precision-matched competition arrows, each costing $50, tuned specifically to my bow. I'd lose 2 or 3 before major tournaments, forcing me to compete with mismatched equipment that affected accuracy. My coach suggested I was being careless, but I'd always been meticulous about equipment management. I installed a security camera in my garage where I stored my archery equipment after another equipment failure cost me a top 3 finish at a qualifier. The footage showed my brother Derek entering at night, carefully adjusting my sight pins by tiny increments, enough to throw off my aim, but subtle enough that I wouldn't immediately notice. My sister Amanda appeared loosening my bowstring, creating stress points that would cause it to fail under competition tension. I reviewed months of footage. They'd been systematically sabotaging my equipment before every major competition. Derek would misalign my sight, loosen screws on my stabilizers, or apply subtle damage to my arrow rest that would fail under pressure. Amanda would remove arrows from my competition set, replace properly matched arrows with slightly different ones, or damage my bowstring in ways that wouldn't be obvious until it snapped during shooting. My father appeared on camera, carefully bending fletching on my arrows, the tiny feathers that stabilize arrow flight. Bent even slightly, they'd cause the arrow to drift unpredictably. My mother was captured switching my expensive bow wax with a cheap substitute that would cause string problems over time. I found their coordination chat. My mother wrote, "Adjusted his sight pins again before tomorrow's qualifier. He'll shoot poorly and maybe finally give up this archery nonsense." Derek added, "Removed 3 arrows from his competition tube. He'll have to use backups that aren't matched to his bow." Amanda contributed, damaged his bowstring in 3 places, should snap within a few dozen shots, hopefully during the tournament. My father coordinated the timing. The Olympic trials qualifier is next month. If we cause enough equipment failures and poor performances, he won't qualify and will have no choice but to accept that archery isn't a viable career. He'll finally go to college like he should have 2 years ago. They wanted me to fail at the Olympic dream I'd worked toward for 7 years. They'd been destroying my equipment, manufacturing performance failures, and sabotaging my competition results specifically to force me to give up archery and pursue the traditional college path they valued. Each broken bowstring, each misaligned sight, each missing arrow was deliberate, not accidents or bad luck, but a coordinated campaign to destroy my Olympic aspirations. The financial cost was substantial. I'd spent thousands replacing equipment they'd damaged, buying emergency replacement arrows, and covering entry fees for competitions I had to withdraw from due to equipment failures they'd caused. More devastating was the time lost. Months of declining rankings and missed qualifying opportunities that I could never recover. Olympic qualifying has narrow windows, and they'd been systematically destroying my chances during the exact competitions that mattered most. The Olympic Trials qualifying series was reaching its final event next month, a national championship where top finishers would secure spots at the actual Olympic trials. This was my last realistic chance to qualify after the ranking points I'd lost from their sabotage. The event would have 400 competitors and 2,000 spectators, including Olympic coaches, sports media, and national team selectors. My family had bought tickets to attend, saying they'd finally come support my archery after years of treating it as a phase. They probably expected to watch me fail again from equipment problems they'd planned to create the night before. I documented everything and contacted the National Archery Federation's Ethics Committee. Equipment sabotage in Olympic sports is taken extremely seriously. It's not just family drama, but potential fraud affecting national team selection. I showed them the security footage, the coordination messages, and the timeline of equipment failures matching their sabotage schedule. At the championship, I competed with equipment I'd secured in a locked facility they couldn't access. My performance was strong. Personal best scores in the qualification rounds. I made it to the finals, which would determine the top Olympic trials qualifiers. Before the finals began, the championship organizers addressed the crowd. They explained that sometimes threats to fair competition come not from other athletes, but from family members who sabotage equipment to destroy athletic careers. They invited me to share what had been happening. On screens throughout the arena, I displayed the security footage of my family tampering with my archery equipment. Derek adjusting sight pins at 3 a.m. before a qualifier. Amanda loosening my bowstring. My father bending arrow fletching. My mother switching my bow maintenance supplies with inferior products that would cause equipment failures. I showed their messages coordinating which equipment to sabotage before specific tournaments, celebrating when my bowstring snapped during nationals, and planning final sabotage attempts for this very championship that they'd expected to attend as spectators. I explained that my declining performance over 8 months wasn't from losing skill or focus. It was from systematic equipment sabotage by family members who wanted me to fail Olympic qualification so I'd abandon archery for traditional college. The national championship, where I was competing for an Olympic trials berth, was where they'd planned to sabotage my equipment one final time. The archery community was outraged. This was a sport where equipment precision was everything, where tiny adjustments could mean the difference between Olympic qualification and elimination. What my family had done wasn't just mean, it was attacking the fundamental integrity of competitive archery. My coach stood up and confirmed that my performance had declined mysteriously, despite strong practice sessions, and that knowing about the equipment sabotage explained everything. Olympic team selectors present stated that my recent performance would be reviewed, considering the documented sabotage affecting my competition results. My parents tried to claim they thought archery was too consuming and they were helping me. Multiple Olympic archers in the audience responded that deliberately sabotaging equipment before qualifiers wasn't helping. It was destroying years of dedicated training and potentially costing someone their Olympic dream. Derek admitted they wanted me to give up and go to college, and national team representatives explained that Olympic sports require sacrifice and family support, not sabotage. USA Archery banned my entire family from all sanctioned competitions and facilities nationwide. They're also investigating whether my previous competition results should be reviewed given the documented sabotage, potentially restoring ranking points I lost from equipment failures they caused. I won the national championship shooting with unsabotaged equipment and secured my Olympic trials qualification. My performance earned me a spot on the trials roster with a realistic chance at making the team. The ranking points I lost from their sabotage are being reviewed by the Federation. My family faces potential criminal charges for fraud affecting national sports team selection. Olympic qualification has legal implications when sabotage is involved. Sponsors who'd pulled back have returned, impressed by both my championship performance and how I'd handled the sabotage revelation. I'm no longer in contact with any of them. They destroyed equipment worth thousands of dollars, sabotaged competitions that determined my Olympic future, and spent 8 months actively trying to ruin my athletic career because they found archery less impressive than traditional college. Some extended family think I should have reported them privately to Federation officials rather than exposing them at the national championship. But that championship was specifically for Olympic trials qualification, the exact goal they'd been sabotaging for months. The event determining whether I'd achieve my Olympic dream seemed like exactly the right place to reveal how that dream had been systematically attacked by my own family. I'm training for Olympic trials with equipment security measures preventing further sabotage. Every arrow I shoot now carries extra meaning. They're evidence that I could always shoot this well when my equipment wasn't being destroyed the night before competitions. The championship where my family expected to watch me fail became the moment everyone learned why I'd been failing. And the Olympic dream they tried to destroy by breaking my bowstrings and bending my arrows is still alive. The trials they tried to prevent me from reaching are now weeks away, and the family who thought sabotaging my equipment would force me into college instead lost their access to me, their reputation in the sports community, and their seats at any future competitions where I might represent my country. I discovered my family staged a fake intervention based on complete lies about substance abuse. I, 25, moved across the country 3 years ago for graduate school in marine biology. I'd always loved the ocean, and getting accepted to a top coastal research program was a dream come true. My family, parents and 2 older siblings, had wanted me to stay local and do something practical, like business or nursing, but I'd finally stood up for what I wanted. The distance was healthy. I visited twice a year, and we talked weekly, but I'd built my own life researching coral reef restoration. 4 months ago, everything went wrong, fast. My research advisor, Dr. Chen, called me into her office looking concerned. She said she'd received a call from someone claiming to be my sister, expressing worry about my declining performance and personal issues. Then my roommate Jasmine mentioned that a woman claiming to be my mother had called, asking about my drinking habits and whether she'd noticed me struggling. I was confused because I barely drink, maybe a beer or 2 at social events every few weeks. I definitely wasn't struggling. My research was going well. I just had a paper accepted for publication, and I was genuinely happy. But the calls kept coming. My lab partner, Wei, said someone had contacted him asking if he'd noticed me showing up to work impaired. My landlord received a call from someone saying they were my concerned father, asking about my erratic behavior. Then, things escalated. I received an email from my department chair requesting a meeting. She said the program had received multiple anonymous reports expressing concern about my well-being, specifically mentioning substance abuse. She emphasized they wanted to support me and offered resources for counseling and treatment. I was shocked and insisted there was no substance abuse, I didn't even know where these reports were coming from. My advisor looked uncomfortable and said that while she'd personally noticed no issues, the reports were detailed enough that the department had to take them seriously. They'd received calls from people claiming to be former classmates, family friends, even an ex-boyfriend I'd supposedly confided in about my problem. The reports described specific incidents. Me supposedly showing up drunk to lab, missing important meetings because I was sleeping off hangovers, even claims that I'd been caught with drugs. None of it was true. I'd never missed lab, never shown up impaired, never used drugs recreationally. But someone had created an elaborate false narrative detailed enough that my department was now documenting concerns in my student file. Then the intervention happened. I came home from the lab one evening to find my parents, both siblings, Marcus, 29, and Felicity, 27, my aunt, and two people I didn't know sitting in my living room. Jasmine had apparently let them in, looking apologetic and concerned. My mother was crying. My father looked grave. Marcus stood up and said they needed to talk about my addiction. I was stunned. They'd flown across the country and staged an intervention for a substance abuse problem I didn't have. The two strangers introduced themselves as addiction counselors. My mother sobbed about how they'd watched me spiral and couldn't stand by anymore. Felicity read from a list of incidents where she'd supposedly witnessed my drinking or drug use. Incidents that never happened because we hadn't even seen each other in person in over a year. They had papers from a residential treatment facility in our hometown. The plan was for me to take a medical leave from school, come home, and spend 3 months in treatment. They'd already contacted my department about my leave and arranged to pack up my apartment. The addiction counselors explained how important it was that I accepted help before my disease destroyed my career. I refused. I said there was no substance abuse, no addiction, nothing to treat. I explained I barely drank, never used drugs, and they were describing a person who didn't exist. My father said denial was expected. Marcus said the family had been watching this get worse for 2 years, and they couldn't enable me anymore. The counselors talked about how addicts often can't see their own behavior. I demanded proof. They had none. Just stories they'd invented about times I'd supposedly been drunk or high during phone calls, claims about my behavior that were complete fiction, and concerns from people who didn't exist or who they'd manipulated into believing lies. When I asked them to name one specific, provable incident, they couldn't. Every story was vague or unprovable. Feelings, observations, interpretations. I asked Jasmine if she'd ever seen me drunk or using drugs. She confirmed she hadn't. I was actually one of the most boring roommates she'd had in terms of partying. I called Dr. Chen on speaker and asked her to honestly tell everyone if she'd ever seen evidence of substance abuse. She was clearly uncomfortable, but confirmed she'd never witnessed anything concerning in my actual work or behavior. My family insisted we were both covering for me, or in denial ourselves. The intervention lasted 3 hours. They had plane tickets for me to fly home the next day, arrangements to sublet my apartment, and a leave of absence already processed with my program based on their reports of my medical emergency. I refused to go and kicked them out of my apartment. Over the next week, I discovered the extent of what they'd done. They'd been making coordinated calls to everyone in my life for months, my professors, colleagues, roommate, landlord, lab partners. Each call claimed concern about substance abuse with just enough detail to seem credible, but vague enough to be hard to disprove. They'd created fake social media accounts pretending to be former classmates who'd seen my decline. They'd sent anonymous emails to my department, citing specific dates and times when I'd supposedly behaved inappropriately. All fabricated. They'd even contacted the university's student health services asking about intervention options for a student with substance abuse issues. I hired a lawyer and gathered evidence. Jasmine provided a statement that she'd never witnessed any substance abuse and that my mother had called her multiple times trying to plant suggestions about my drinking. Dr. Chen confirmed the pattern of calls from my family members, all saying the same things. Wei and my other lab partners provided statements about my actual work performance and behavior. I found my family's planning messages. Marcus had coordinated everything. Called her department chair today expressing concern about substance abuse. Used the concerned brother angle. Felicity added, contacted 3 of her lab partners asking if they'd noticed drinking. Planted seeds. My mother wrote, the intervention counselors are booked for next month. Once we get her to that session, we can convince her to come home for treatment. Their goal wasn't to help me with a problem I didn't have. It was to destroy my reputation and career to force me to move home. They believed if enough people thought I had a substance abuse problem, I'd have no choice but to leave the program, return home for treatment, and abandon marine biology for something local they approved of. The damage was severe. My department had flagged my file. Some colleagues now viewed me differently even after learning the truth. My landlord had been prepared to evict me based on the calls. My research reputation had been questioned. They'd almost succeeded in destroying everything I'd built. My university was hosting a graduate research symposium next month, where students present their work to faculty, potential employers, and funding agencies. Over 300 people would attend, including representatives from major research institutions and conservation organizations. It was crucial for my career trajectory. My family had plane tickets to attend, supposedly to support me, but probably hoping I'd be too embarrassed to present given the substance abuse rumors they'd spread. I worked with my lawyer and the university administration to prepare. We documented the coordinated false reports, the fake intervention, the manufactured evidence, and the damage to my academic standing. The university took it seriously. False reports about student conduct are violations of their policies, and defamation affecting academic reputation has legal implications. At the symposium, I presented my coral reef research to strong response. Then, during the networking reception, I took the microphone and explained that I needed to address something affecting young researchers' careers. Coordinated family campaigns to destroy professional reputations through false reports. I revealed that for months my family had been calling my department, professors and colleagues, reporting false substance abuse to try to force me to leave graduate school and move home. I displayed their planning messages, coordinating who would call whom, what specific concerns to report, and how to make the lies credible. I showed the fake intervention they'd staged based entirely on fabricated incidents. I explained that they'd nearly succeeded in destroying my academic career through systematic false reporting because they disapproved of my field and wanted me back under their control in our hometown. Dr. Chen stood up and confirmed that, without the pattern becoming clear, the department might have forced me into a leave of absence based on the volume of concerned calls. Several graduate students shared that they'd noticed people asking strange questions about me, now understanding those were my family members spreading rumors. A professor mentioned receiving an anonymous email with concerns about my behavior that she'd filed, an email that came from my sister's IP address, according to our evidence. The symposium included research funders and institutional representatives. Several approached my family afterward, asking how they could justify trying to destroy their daughter's career through false substance abuse reports. My parents tried to claim they genuinely believed I had a problem, but the planning messages showed this was a coordinated strategy to force me home, not legitimate concern. The marine biology community rallied around me. My department formally cleared my record of all flags that had been placed based on false reports. Dr. Chen wrote a letter to all the institutions and funding agencies present, explaining what had happened and affirming my actual character and work quality. Several symposium attendees offered research opportunities and expressed admiration for how I'd handled the situation. My family faces consequences. The university is pursuing harassment charges for the false reports that affected my academic standing. My lawyer is exploring defamation claims for the damage to my professional reputation. The research community, which is smaller and more connected than people realize, now knows what they tried to do. Several colleagues who'd been contacted by my family are considering their own complaints. Marcus, Felicity, and my parents have been essentially blacklisted by anyone who attended the symposium or heard about it afterward. The marine biology field doesn't tolerate people who try to destroy young researchers' careers. My family's reputation is ruined in a professional community they'll never be part of, but that controls my future. Some extended family think I should have handled it privately, but the symposium, where I was presenting my research to the people who control my career opportunities, seemed like exactly the right moment to clear my name and reveal what had been done to nearly destroy it. The event where my family thought they'd watch me struggle with the substance abuse rumors they'd created became the moment everyone learned those rumors were coordinated lies. I'm continuing my research with my reputation restored and stronger professional relationships than before. The family who tried to force me home through false substance abuse reports no longer has any influence over my life or career. The 3 months they wanted me to spend in unnecessary treatment will instead be spent publishing research and building the career they tried to destroy. And every person in my field now knows that the only thing I was ever addicted to was the marine biology they couldn't accept I loved more than their approval. I discovered my family has been weakening my climbing gear before competitions. I, 22, have been a competitive sport climber for 7 years. What began as indoor climbing classes in high school evolved into competing nationally in lead climbing, bouldering, and speed climbing. Sport climbing was added to the Olympics in 2021, and I've been training toward qualifying for the national team with hopes of making the Olympic development program. Last year, I placed 3rd at the national championships in lead climbing and won multiple regional bouldering competitions. I work as a climbing instructor and route setter to fund my training and competition travel. My family has always hated my climbing. My parents see it as unnecessarily dangerous. They've said repeatedly I'm risking my life for a hobby. My older brother Hayden, 25, tells people I'm working at a rock climbing gym, without mentioning I'm a nationally competitive athlete. My sister Tegan, 21, says it's stressful for the family that I do extreme sports and that I should find something safer. They've been asking me to quit climbing and pursue something traditional like teaching or nursing since I graduated high school. 8 months ago, my climbing started having dangerous equipment failures. During a regional lead climbing competition, my belay device malfunctioned mid-climb. I was 20 feet up when it failed to properly catch my rope during a rest, causing me to drop several feet before the backup safety systems engaged. I hit the wall hard and suffered a fractured wrist. The equipment inspector couldn't understand how a device I'd checked thoroughly before the comp could fail so catastrophically. It happened again at the next competition. My harness buckle slipped during a climb, nearly causing a complete harness failure. Only my belayer's quick reaction prevented a serious fall. The gear inspector examined my harness and found that the buckle had been deliberately bent, weakening it to the point of near failure under load. Then my carabiners started having problems. These aren't cheap hardware store clips. They're precision climbing equipment, rated for specific loads and subjected to rigorous testing. But during training sessions before competitions, carabiners would fail load tests or show signs of stress fractures that shouldn't exist in properly maintained gear. My climbing coach Marcus was concerned enough to send several pieces to a gear manufacturer for analysis. My climbing shoes, specialized footwear essential for grip and precision, would have their rubber worn down unevenly before competitions, affecting my performance and safety. Chalk bags would be contaminated with substances that made the chalk less effective. Even my crash pads for bouldering would be deflated or damaged before big competitions. I started keeping my gear locked in my car after another equipment failure during a crucial qualifying competition. My rope, which I'd had professionally inspected days before, showed signs of abrasion damage that caused it to fail safety tests mid-competition, disqualifying me from advancing. I'd lost thousands in prize money and a spot at an international competition. I installed a hidden camera facing my car after finding my climbing shoes damaged again. Within 3 days, I caught my brother Hayden using a lockpick tool to access my car. He went directly to my gear bag and pulled out my carabiners, using what looked like a file to create tiny stress points on the metal. Damage that wouldn't be immediately visible, but would compromise the carabiner's strength under climbing loads. I reviewed weeks of footage. Hayden had been systematically weakening my climbing equipment before every major competition for 8 months. Sometimes he'd bend harness buckles. Other times, he'd use chemicals to weaken rope fibers or abrade my climbing shoes' rubber. He'd even punctured my crash pads with a small tool, causing slow air leaks that would leave them underinflated by competition time. My sister Tegan appeared in footage helping him research climbing gear weaknesses online and providing information about which competitions I'd be attending. She'd been tracking my competition schedule and coordinating with Hayden about which equipment to sabotage. I found their family group chat. My mother wrote, "Hayden weakened her carabiners again before tomorrow's competition. Maybe she'll finally have a serious enough accident to quit this dangerous climbing obsession." Hayden added, "Filed stress fractures into 3 carabiners. They'll fail safety inspection and she'll be disqualified." Tegan contributed, "Damaged her rope fibers with the acid solution. Should fail strength tests." My father had replied, "Good. Once she's disqualified from enough competitions and has enough close calls with equipment failures, she'll realize climbing is too dangerous and find a safer career. Better she learns now before she gets seriously injured." They'd been deliberately sabotaging safety equipment to force me to quit climbing. Every equipment failure, every disqualification, every near-miss fall that could have killed me, all manufactured by them. They weren't just trying to make me perform poorly. They were creating life-threatening situations where equipment would fail while I was 20, 30, 40 feet off the ground. The danger they'd created was extraordinary. Climbing equipment failures kill people. Weakened carabiners, damaged ropes, compromised harnesses. These aren't just performance issues, they're potentially fatal. Every time they sabotaged my gear, they were betting that I'd either give up climbing from fear or that I'd be injured badly enough to be forced to quit. The National Sport Climbing Championships were next month, the biggest domestic competition of the year with 150 athletes and 2,000 spectators. Top finishers would qualify for international competitions and Olympic Development Program consideration. The event would be held over 3 days, with qualifying rounds, semifinals, and finals in 3 disciplines: lead, bouldering, and speed. My family had purchased spectator passes weeks ago, saying they'd finally come watch and understand why climbing matters to me after years of asking me to quit. They probably expected another equipment failure they'd planned to cause. I documented everything and contacted USA Climbing's safety committee and law enforcement. Sabotaging climbing gear isn't just property destruction. It's attempted assault, given the life-threatening nature of equipment failures. I showed them the security footage, their coordination messages, the timeline of equipment failures, and expert analysis from the gear manufacturer confirming deliberate sabotage. At Nationals, I competed using equipment kept in a secured facility that only competition officials and I could access. My gear was inspected by officials before each round. I performed well, advancing through qualifications and semifinals in lead climbing and reaching finals in bouldering. Before the finals, with 2,000 spectators in the venue and streaming to the climbing community worldwide, the competition director addressed the crowd about athlete safety. They invited me to speak about equipment sabotage and its life-threatening implications. On screens throughout the venue, I displayed the security footage of Hayden picking my car lock and using tools to create stress fractures in carabiners. I showed him applying chemicals to weaken rope fibers. I displayed Tegan researching how to weaken climbing equipment, and their family messages coordinating which competitions to target and celebrating when gear failures caused disqualifications. I explained that for 8 months, I'd experienced equipment failures that could have killed me. Failures my family had deliberately created. Every fractured wrist from a belay device malfunction, every disqualification from failing gear safety checks, Every near fall from compromised equipment was their sabotage designed to make me quit climbing through fear or injury. The climbing community was horrified. The audience included professional climbers, coaches, and gear manufacturers who understood that equipment sabotage was attempted murder. Climbing gear is trusted with athletes' lives, and deliberately weakening it violated the fundamental safety principles of the sport. My coach Marcus stood up and confirmed that my equipment failures had seemed suspicious. Properly maintained gear doesn't fail as frequently as mine had been. USA climbing officials stated that sabotaging safety equipment endangered not just me, but the sport's integrity and reputation. My parents tried to claim they were trying to protect me from a dangerous sport. Multiple Olympic climbers in the audience responded that creating equipment failures didn't protect anyone. It created the exact dangerous situations they claimed to fear. Hayden admitted he'd weakened gear to scare me into quitting, and law enforcement representatives explained that sabotaging life safety equipment was attempted assault, potentially attempted murder. Law enforcement arrested Hayden and Tegan at the championships for multiple counts of attempted assault through equipment sabotage. My parents faced charges as co-conspirators based on their coordination messages. USA Climbing has permanently banned my family from all sanctioned events and facilities. I won the national championship in lead climbing, competing with unsabotaged equipment. My best performance ever. The prize money covered losses from disqualifications they'd caused. Several international competition organizers approached me about upcoming events, and USA Climbing invited me to join the Olympic Development Training Program. My relationship with my family is over. They spent 8 months creating situations where equipment could fail while I was dozens of feet off the ground, where a weakened carabiner or damaged rope could have killed me. All because they thought climbing was too dangerous and wanted to force me to quit through manufactured equipment failures that were exponentially more dangerous than the sport itself. Some people think I should have reported them privately to authorities rather than exposing them at nationals. But that championship was attended by the climbing community who'd questioned my gear maintenance after repeated failures, by Olympic development coaches making team decisions, and by athletes who trusted that competition safety standards were being upheld. The event celebrating sport climbing seemed like exactly the right place to reveal how competition safety had been systematically compromised. The championship where my family expected to watch me climb became the moment everyone learned why climbing had been so dangerous, not from the sport itself, but from them deliberately weakening life safety equipment. The career they tried to end through sabotaged gear continues stronger than before, and the Olympic development program they tried to prevent me from reaching has accepted me. The family who thought breaking my carabiners would force me into nursing instead faces criminal charges for endangering my life, and I'm climbing at the highest level of my career on equipment they can never access again. I discovered my family has been sabotaging my robotics competition builds. I, 21, have been competing in robotics competitions since I was 14. What started as a high school first robotics team evolved into competing in adult engineering competitions, prototype challenges, and innovative design contests. I'm working toward a mechanical engineering degree while competing internationally in robotics tournaments that offer substantial scholarship money and career opportunities. Last year, my team placed third at a major international robotics challenge, which got me noticed by several tech companies and earned me a paid internship designing automation systems. My family has never understood it. My parents see robotics as playing with toys instead of serious engineering work. My older brother Devin, 25, tells people I'm still in college messing around with robot projects, instead of explaining I'm competing at a professional level with real career implications. My sister Paige, 23, says it's embarrassing when her coworkers ask what I do, and she has to explain robotics competitions, like it's a hobby instead of a career path. 7 months ago, my competition projects started failing catastrophically. During a regional qualifying event for an international robotics tournament, my robot's control system crashed mid-match. I'd tested it dozens of times before competition, Everything was functioning perfectly. But during the crucial qualifying round, complete system failure that eliminated my team from advancement. It happened again at the next competition. My robot's motor controllers overheated and shut down 20 seconds into a 3-minute challenge. My team and I had designed cooling systems specifically to prevent this, but somehow, during competition, the cooling fans weren't functioning, causing immediate thermal failure. Then, at the National Engineering Challenge, my robot's structural components failed under loads they'd been tested to handle. Welded joints that had passed stress testing somehow gave way during the competition demonstration, causing complete mechanical collapse of my build. Judges were concerned about my insufficient testing protocols and marked my technical documentation as questionable. My reputation in the competition circuit started suffering. Other teams became hesitant to collaborate, worried my quality control issues would reflect badly on them. Scholarship committees that had expressed interest began backing away. The internship company that had hired me suggested I focus on fundamentals before taking on more advanced projects. I installed security cameras in my workshop, a space in my apartment building's storage area where I kept my competition builds and equipment. Within a week, I caught my brother Devin entering using a key he'd copied months ago when helping me move tools. He went directly to my current competition build and used wire cutters to partially sever control cables in ways that wouldn't be immediately visible, but would fail under operational stress. I reviewed months of footage. Devin had been systematically sabotaging every major project before competitions. Sometimes he'd corrupt code files on my project laptops. Other times he'd loosen mechanical fasteners just enough that components would fail under competition loads. He'd even introduced small amounts of metal shavings into motor housings, causing internal damage that would manifest as overheating during extended operation. My sister Paige appeared on footage tampering with my welded joints, using a small grinder to create stress fractures that would fail under load but weren't visible during visual inspection. My mother showed up once, downloading incorrect software versions onto my competition robot's controller. Versions that would crash under specific conditions I'd encountered during competition. I found their family group chat. My father wrote, "Devin damaged his motor controllers again before tomorrow's competition. He'll fail publicly and maybe finally realize robotics competitions aren't a real career path." Devin added, "Corrupted 3 of his code modules. The robot will malfunction during his demonstration, and judges will think he doesn't know what he's doing." Paige contributed, "Weakened 2 structural welds. They'll collapse under load during competition, making him look incompetent." My mother had replied, "Good. Once enough competitions end in failure and enough scholarships get rejected, he'll have to abandon this robotics hobby and finish his degree in something practical like business or accounting." They'd been causing deliberate technical failures designed to make me appear incompetent to judges, scholarship committees, and potential employers. Every system crash, every mechanical failure, every thermal shutdown was their sabotage. The scholarship money I'd lost, the career opportunities that had backed away, the reputation damage in the engineering competition community, all manufactured through systematic sabotage of my work. The financial impact was severe. Competition builds cost thousands of dollars in materials. Each sabotaged project required rebuilding components, replacing damaged motors and controllers, and resubmitting to competitions with new entry fees. I'd spent over $15,000 rebuilding projects that failed from their sabotage, money I'd earned through my internship and previous competition winnings. More devastating was the professional damage. Engineering competitions are evaluated by industry professionals. Having multiple high-profile failures made me look like I couldn't execute reliable designs. Scholarship committees questioned whether I had the technical competency for advanced study. The internship that had hired me started giving me simpler projects, doubting my abilities after seeing my competition failures. The International Robotics Innovation Challenge was next month, the most prestigious competition in the field with 300 teams from 40 countries competing. Prize money reached $100,000, and top finishers earned automatic admission to elite engineering graduate programs and job offers from major tech companies. My team had qualified after years of building toward this opportunity. The competition would be held over 3 days, with 5,000 spectators, broadcast online to hundreds of thousands of engineering students and professionals worldwide. My family had surprisingly requested passes to attend, saying they'd finally see what this robotics thing is actually about. I documented everything and contacted the competition organizers' ethics committee and law enforcement. I showed them the security footage of my family sabotaging my builds, their coordination messages, and the timeline of competition failures matching their sabotage schedule. The competition organizers took it extremely seriously. Competition integrity was fundamental to their mission. At the international competition, my team performed with a robot I'd kept in a secured facility my family couldn't access. Our design worked flawlessly, advancing through preliminary rounds and reaching the finals. Our robot executed its tasks perfectly, demonstrating the engineering capability I'd always had when my projects weren't being sabotaged. During the finals ceremony, with 5,000 people in attendance and streaming to hundreds of thousands online, the competition director addressed the crowd about threats to engineering competition integrity. They invited me to speak about systematic project sabotage. On massive screens throughout the arena and broadcast to the international audience, I displayed the security footage. Devon cutting control cables on my competition robot, Paige using a grinder to weaken structural welds, my mother corrupting software files on my project computers, their family messages coordinating which competitions to sabotage and celebrating when my projects failed publicly. I explained that I'd lost over $15,000 rebuilding sabotaged projects, had been rejected from scholarships because of manufactured failures, and had my professional reputation damaged in the engineering community because my family had been systematically destroying my competition builds to force me out of robotics and into a traditional business career they found more acceptable. The international engineering community was outraged. Competition organizers confirmed that sabotage affecting competition results undermined the integrity of the entire competition ecosystem. Several scholarship committees present stated they'd been influenced by my competition failures when making funding decisions, not knowing those failures were sabotage. My previous internship supervisor stood up and apologized, explaining they'd reduced my project responsibilities based on competition failures that they now understood weren't from technical incompetence. Representatives from tech companies expressed interest in candidates who could succeed despite systematic sabotage. My parents tried to claim they wanted me to finish my degree before wasting time on competitions. Multiple professional engineers in attendance responded that robotics competitions were how engineering skills were demonstrated to employers and graduate programs, and that sabotaging those competitions was sabotaging my entire engineering career. Devon admitted he damaged my projects because he thought I was showing off instead of being humble. Competition judges explained that engineering competitions were literally designed to showcase technical abilities, and that sabotaging someone's showcase work was destroying their professional opportunities. My team won 3rd place in the international competition, the same placement I'd achieved the year before, proving I'd always had the technical skills when my projects weren't being sabotaged. The prize money covered all my losses from their sabotage and more. Devon, Paige, and my parents face criminal charges for destruction of property, interference with professional competitions, and fraud affecting scholarship applications. Several scholarship committees are reviewing my previous applications with the sabotage context, and 2 have already offered me funding they'd initially denied. The internship company offered me a full-time position after graduation with a focus on advanced automation systems, the kind of work I'd wanted but couldn't get after my reputation was damaged by sabotaged competitions. Multiple tech companies approached me with employment offers, impressed by how I'd succeeded despite family sabotage. I'm no longer in contact with my family. They destroyed over $15,000 in competition builds, sabotaged scholarship opportunities worth potentially hundreds of thousands, and damaged my reputation in the engineering community because they thought robotics competitions weren't a real career path compared to traditional business. Some people think I should have reported them privately to authorities rather than exposing them during the international competition broadcast. But that competition was being watched by the global engineering community, represented the culmination of years of work they'd been sabotaging, and included the scholarship committees, judges, and employers whose decisions had been influenced by the failures they'd manufactured. The event celebrating engineering innovation seemed like exactly the right moment to reveal how my innovation had been systematically destroyed. The competition where my family expected to watch me demonstrate robotics became the moment the world learned why my demonstrations had been failing, and why they'd always succeeded when my family couldn't access my builds. The career they tried to destroy through damaged motors and corrupted code continues stronger than before, and the engineering community that had questioned my competence now knows exactly what I overcame to stay competitive. The family who thought sabotaging my robots would force me into business school instead faces criminal charges, destroyed reputations, and no relationship with me. While the robotics career they couldn't accept thrives in an industry that now knows the only thing that was ever broken was my family's ability to accept that I chose engineering over their approval. I discovered my family has been sabotaging my violin and audition recordings. I, 21, have been a classical violinist since I was 6. What started as Suzuki method lessons became my life's trajectory. I practice 4 to 6 hours daily, study with a renowned private teacher, and have been preparing for professional orchestra auditions and conservatory graduate programs. Last year, I won the Regional Young Artist Competition and was invited to perform as a soloist with a semi-professional orchestra. Several symphony orchestras have shown interest in hearing me audition for section positions. My family has never supported it. My parents see classical music as impractical. They wanted me to major in something useful, like computer science or healthcare. My brother Garrett, 24, tells people I'm still in music school, like it's a prolonged adolescence instead of professional training. My sister Meredith, 22, says it's awkward explaining to her finance industry friends that her sister is trying to be a professional violinist, as if it's not a legitimate career. 8 months ago, my playing started having inexplicable problems. During an important mock audition for a major orchestra position, my violin's tone was muffled and unresponsive. My teacher was confused. We'd had a lesson the day before and my instrument had sounded beautiful. But during the mock audition, my violin sounded like a student rental instead of the professional instrument it was. I took it to my luthier, who found that someone had deliberately loosened my sound post, the small wooden piece inside the violin that's critical for tone production. Moving it even a millimeter drastically affects sound quality. He repositioned it, but was concerned about who could have accessed my instrument to cause such specific damage. Then, it happened again before a prestigious conservatory audition. My violin's bridge, the piece that holds the strings and transfers vibrations to the body, had been filed down subtly, altering the string height and making the instrument nearly unplayable. I discovered it during warm-up with no time to fix it properly. My audition was a disaster, and I was rejected from a program I'd been preparing for all year. My audition recording started having problems too. I'd spend hours perfecting recordings for orchestra job applications, but when I'd submit them, the files would have strange audio artifacts, random cuts or distortion that made me sound incompetent. I'd listen to my saved master files and they'd be perfect, but somehow the submitted versions were ruined. I started securing my violin in a locked case after my tuning pegs were loosened before another audition, causing my violin to go out of tune mid-performance. I also installed monitoring software on my recording computer to understand why my audio submissions kept failing. Within 2 weeks, I discovered the source. My sister Meredith had been accessing my apartment using a key she'd copied when pet-sitting months earlier. Security camera footage showed her entering when I was at lessons or rehearsals, unlocking my violin case using a lock-picking tool she'd apparently learned to use, and tampering with my instrument. Sometimes she'd adjust the sound post position using a specialized tool. knowledge she'd clearly researched. Other times, she'd file my bridge, loosen tuning pegs, or apply rosin buildup to my strings in ways that would affect playability, but wouldn't be immediately obvious during a quick check. My brother Garrett appeared on footage accessing my computer and corrupting my audition recording files. He'd find my saved master recordings and subtly edit them, adding barely perceptible glitches, removing tiny portions of measures, or applying audio effects that would make them sound unprofessional. Then he'd be the one to help me submit applications, ensuring the corrupted versions were sent instead of my originals. I found their family coordination chat. My mother wrote, "Meredith loosened her sound post again before tomorrow's audition. She'll sound terrible and maybe finally realize orchestras won't hire her." Garrett added, "Corrupted her audition recording files. The orchestras will receive versions that sound amateur." My father contributed, "Good. Once she fails enough auditions, she'll have to accept that professional classical music isn't a viable career and pursue something practical." Meredith had replied, "Filed down her bridge again. Her violin will be barely playable, and she'll look incompetent at her conservatory audition." They'd been systematically destroying my instrument and recordings before every major audition for 8 months. Every poor performance, every rejection, every moment of wondering why my months of preparation weren't translating to successful auditions, all manufactured through deliberate sabotage of my instrument and my application materials. The professional damage was severe. Orchestra positions are extremely competitive, with hundreds of applicants for single openings. Having multiple failed auditions made me look unreliable or not ready for professional work. Conservatory programs I'd been rejected from were ones that rarely re-audition candidates who've already been rejected. Each sabotaged opportunity was potentially irretrievable. The financial cost was substantial. Professional auditions require travel, lodging, and recording studio time. I'd spent thousands on auditions I couldn't perform successfully because my instrument had been sabotaged. Recording sessions for applications that were submitted in corrupted formats cost hundreds of dollars each to produce. The National Symphony Orchestra Young Artists Competition was next month, the most prestigious competition for emerging classical musicians in the country. Winners received $25,000, performance opportunities with major orchestras, and recording contracts. The competition would be held over 3 days with 150 competitors and 2,000 audience members, including orchestra managers, conservatory faculty, and classical music media. My family had requested tickets months ago, saying they'd finally come hear me play at a real venue after years of dismissing my performances. They probably expected another sabotaged audition they'd planned to cause. I documented everything and contacted the competition organizers and law enforcement. I showed them the security footage of Meredith tampering with my violin, Garrett corrupting my recordings, their coordination messages, and the timeline of audition failures matching their sabotage schedule. The competition took it extremely seriously. The integrity of classical music auditions affects the entire professional ecosystem. At the competition, I performed with my violin kept in a secured location only accessible to me and competition officials. My performance was exceptional. I played concerti movements I'd been preparing for months, demonstrating the technique and artistry I'd always had when my instrument wasn't being sabotaged. I advanced through preliminary rounds to the finals. Before the finals concert with 2,000 people in attendance and streaming to the classical music community, the competition director addressed the audience about threats to fair competition in classical music. They invited me to speak about systematic instrument and recording sabotage. On screens throughout the concert hall, I displayed the security footage of Meredith entering my apartment and deliberately adjusting my violin's sound post with specialized tools. I showed Garrett corrupting my carefully prepared audition recordings on my computer. I revealed their family messages, coordinating which auditions to sabotage, and celebrating when I was rejected from programs or positions. I explained that for 8 months, I'd failed auditions not from lack of preparation or talent, but because my family had been tampering with my violin before performances and corrupting my recordings before submission. Every rejection from conservatory programs, every failed orchestra audition, every recording that sounded unprofessional was their deliberate sabotage to force me out of classical music. The classical music community was outraged. The audience included orchestra personnel managers, conservatory admissions directors, and competition judges, people who understood that auditions are already brutally competitive without someone sabotaging instruments and recordings. My violin teacher stood up and confirmed that my playing had inexplicably deteriorated during auditions while remaining strong in lessons, and that knowing about the instrument sabotage explained everything. Several orchestra managers present stated they'd review my previous auditions considering the documented sabotage. My parents tried to claim they thought classical music was financially unstable. Multiple professional orchestra musicians in the audience responded that sabotaging instruments and corrupting recordings wasn't guidance about career stability. It was destroying someone's professional opportunities through deliberate fraud and property damage. Meredith admitted she damaged my violin to teach me about reality, and a luthier in the audience explained that deliberately damaging fine instruments was criminal destruction of property, and that soundpost manipulation required specific knowledge that proved premeditation. Law enforcement arrested Meredith and Garrett at the competition for property destruction, fraud affecting professional applications, and conspiracy. My parents faced charges as co-conspirators. The classical music community has blacklisted my family from all venues and events. I won second place at the National Symphony Orchestra Young Artists Competition with my unsabotaged performance. The prize money covered my losses from failed auditions. Several orchestra managers approached me afterward about upcoming audition opportunities, and 2 conservatory programs invited me to re-audition, given the documented sabotage that had affected my previous applications. My relationship with my family is over. They destroyed thousands of dollars in audition opportunities, damaged a professional violin worth tens of thousands, and sabotaged 8 months of career development during the critical years when young musicians establish professional credentials. All because they thought classical music was impractical compared to corporate careers. Some people think I should have reported them privately rather than exposing them at the competition. But that competition was attended by the exact professionals: orchestra managers, conservatory faculty, competition judges, whose decisions had been influenced by the sabotaged auditions and corrupted recordings. The event celebrating young classical musicians seemed like exactly the right place to reveal how my music had been systematically destroyed. The competition where my family expected to watch me perform became the moment the classical music world learned why my performances had been failing, and why I'd always had the talent they'd been sabotaging. The career they tried to destroy through damaged instruments and corrupted files continues, and the professional opportunities they tried to prevent are opening now that people know the truth. The family who thought breaking my violin's soundpost would force me into computer science instead faces criminal charges and no relationship with me, while the classical music career they couldn't accept thrives in a community that now knows exactly what I overcame to keep playing. I discovered my family has been DDoSing and swatting me during professional gaming tournaments. I, 22, have been a professional esports player for 3 years. I started streaming competitive gaming in high school, and by college I'd built an audience and was competing in regional tournaments. 2 years ago I got signed to a professional team with a salary, sponsorships, and benefits. I compete in first-person shooter tournaments with prize pools reaching 6 figures, and I stream my practice and casual gameplay to 400,000 followers. It's legitimate work that pays better than most entry-level corporate jobs. My family has always treated it as a joke. My parents call it playing video games in your room and refuse to acknowledge it as a career. My older brother Marcus, 25, tells people I'm unemployed and living with our parents, even though I moved out 2 years ago and support myself entirely through gaming. My sister Kennedy, 19, is embarrassed when her college friends discover her sister is a professional gamer instead of something she considers respectable. 10 months ago, my career started having serious problems. During a major tournament qualifier with a $50,000 prize pool, my internet connection dropped at a critical moment, disconnecting me from the match and resulting in an automatic forfeit. I'd checked everything before the match. My connection was stable, my equipment was fine. But suddenly, during the deciding round, complete connection loss. It happened again at the next tournament, and the next. Always during crucial matches, always at moments that would cost me the game. My internet would go down for exactly 3 to 5 minutes. Long enough to cause a forfeit, but not long enough to suggest a major outage. My ISP found no issues with my service. My team's tech support couldn't identify the problem. Then, I started getting swatted. For those unfamiliar, swatting is when someone calls in a false emergency to your address, causing armed police to respond as if there's a hostage situation or active threat. The first time I was midstream with 50,000 viewers when police breached my door with guns drawn. The VOD went viral, but not in a good way. Sponsors worry about streamers who attract that kind of attention. It happened 3 more times over 4 months. Each incident was during important streams or practice sessions before major tournaments. Each time, someone had called in a credible-sounding threat from an untraceable number. Each time, I lost hours of practice, sponsors grew more concerned, and my reputation as a drama magnet grew. Then my tournament accounts started being compromised. Someone would gain access to my gaming accounts and get me temporarily banned for cheating or toxic behavior right before major competitions. The bans were always reversed after investigation, but the timing ensured I'd miss registration deadlines or critical qualifier matches. My streaming equipment began malfunctioning during important broadcasts. My camera would cut out, my microphone would produce horrible static, or my streaming software would crash, always during sponsored streams or tournaments where viewer counts were highest. My sponsors started questioning whether I could deliver reliable content. I finally installed comprehensive network monitoring and security systems. Within a week, I identified the source of my internet outages. Someone was launching DDoS attacks against my specific IP address during my tournament matches. The attacks came from a botnet, but I traced the command signals back through several layers. The trail led to my brother Marcus's apartment. He'd been paying for DDoS for hire services, targeting my connection during tournaments. I found evidence he'd also been the one swatting me, using voice-changing software and burner phones to call in false threats timed to disrupt my biggest streaming moments. I discovered their family coordination chat. My mother wrote, "Marcus did the internet thing again during her tournament. She got disqualified. Maybe she'll finally realize this gaming nonsense isn't a real career." Marcus added, "Called in another SWAT. The stream was going viral, so it'll get attention, make her look unprofessional." Kennedy contributed, "Filed a false ban report on her tournament account. She'll miss the registration deadline for regionals." My father had been helping. "Good work. Once enough sponsors drop her and she's banned from enough tournaments, she'll have to get a real job. This gaming phase has gone on too long." They'd been coordinating a comprehensive sabotage campaign for almost a year. DDoS attacks during tournament matches to force forfeitures, swatting during streams to create dangerous situations and hurt my professional image, false reports to gaming platforms to get me banned before competitions, equipment sabotage through malware they'd installed when visiting my apartment. Their goal wasn't just to inconvenience me, it was to destroy my professional gaming career by making me appear unreliable, controversial, and prone to technical failures. Every sponsor I lost, every tournament I was forced to forfeit, every stream that was interrupted by police raids was their deliberate sabotage because they were embarrassed that I earned my living competing in video games. The biggest esports tournament of the year was next month, a championship with a $500,000 prize pool, broadcast to millions of viewers, featuring the top teams globally. My team had qualified, and I'd be competing on the main stage. The event would have 15,000 in-person spectators and sponsors, media, and industry representatives watching. My family had surprisingly asked for tickets, saying they'd finally come see what professional gaming actually involves. I documented everything and contacted law enforcement, my team's legal counsel, and tournament organizers. DDoS attacks and swatting are serious federal crimes. My team took it extremely seriously. My forced forfeitures had affected the entire team's standings and earnings. At the tournament, my team competed on the main stage, with 15,000 spectators in the arena and millions watching the live stream. We performed well, advancing to the finals. Between rounds, the tournament organizers addressed the crowd about threats facing professional gamers and invited me to speak about systematic sabotage. On the massive screens visible throughout the arena and broadcast to millions of viewers, I displayed the evidence. Network logs showing DDoS attacks targeting my IP during tournament matches. Recordings of swatting calls with voice analysis linking them to Marcus. Account compromise attempts traced back to my family's IP addresses. Their coordination messages, planning which tournaments to sabotage, and celebrating when sponsors dropped me. I explained that I'd lost tens of thousands in prize money from forfeited tournaments, lost sponsorship deals worth 6 figures, and faced armed police in my home multiple times. All because my family was launching cyber attacks and making false emergency calls to destroy my esports career that they found embarrassing. The esports community in the arena and watching worldwide was outraged. Professional gaming has fought for legitimacy for years, and my family had been using cyber terrorism tactics to undermine a professional player's career. Several other pro players in attendance stood up and shared they'd suspected something was wrong when my career had declined so dramatically, despite strong performances when I could actually compete. Tournament organizers confirmed that my forfeited matches had affected overall competitive standings and prize distributions. My team captain explained that the entire team had lost earnings because I'd been forced to forfeit matches we could have won if not for DDoS attacks during crucial moments. Marcus tried to claim he was trying to make me get a real job. Federal law enforcement representatives at the tournament explained that DDoS attacks and swatting are federal crimes with serious penalties. People have died from swatting incidents. My parents tried to say they didn't realize how serious it was, but their messages showed they'd been coordinating for a year while knowing exactly what they were doing. Law enforcement arrested Marcus at the tournament for swatting and cyber attacks. My parents and Kennedy faced charges as co-conspirators based on their coordination messages. The charges include multiple counts of swatting, a federal crime, computer fraud, wire fraud, and conspiracy. Marcus specifically faces enhanced charges because one of the swatting incidents resulted in an officer being injured during the breach. My team won the tournament championship, my best performance ever, achieved with proper internet connection and no surprise police raids. The prize money exceeded what I'd lost from their sabotage. Sponsors who'd pulled back reached out after seeing the truth, and new sponsors approached me impressed by my resilience. My family faces years in prison and hundreds of thousands in fines. The esports community has blacklisted them from all gaming events. My younger cousins who play games competitively have disowned them, horrified by what they did to try to destroy my career. Some people think I should have reported them privately to law enforcement rather than exposing them during the championship broadcast. But that tournament was being watched by millions, was the culmination of the competitive season they'd been sabotaging, and included the sponsors and industry leaders who'd questioned my professionalism based on problems my family had deliberately created. The event celebrating professional gaming seemed like exactly the right moment to reveal how my professional gaming had been attacked through cyber terrorism by people who refused to accept gaming as legitimate work. I'm continuing my esports career with better security and awareness. Every tournament I compete in now carries extra weight. They're evidence that I could always perform at this level when my internet wasn't being attacked, and police weren't raiding my home mid-match. The championship where my family expected to watch me compete became the moment millions learned why competing had been nearly impossible. And the career they tried to destroy through federal crimes continues stronger than before. The family who thought swatting me and DDoSing my matches would force me into corporate work instead lost their freedom, their reputations, and any relationship with me, while the gaming career they couldn't accept thrives in an industry that now knows exactly what I overcame to stay competitive. I discovered my family has been drugging my competition dog before agility trials. I, 21, have been competing in dog agility for 6 years. What started as training my border collie puppy for basic obedience evolved into competitive agility, an athletic sport where dogs navigate obstacle courses including jumps, tunnels, weave poles, and contact obstacles against the clock. My dog Comet, now 7 years old, and I have qualified for national championships twice and compete at the masters level. We train 6 days a week, and I work as a professional dog trainer and agility instructor to fund our competition travel. Dog agility at the competitive level requires years of training partnership between handler and dog. Success means qualifying for prestigious invitationals, earning spots on regional and national teams, and potentially competing internationally. Top competitors often have sponsorships from pet food companies and equipment manufacturers. Last year, Comet and I won the regional championship and qualified for the AKC National Agility Championship. My family has never understood it. My parents see dog agility as playing with dogs instead of a real career. My older brother Griffin, 24, tells people I'm a dog trainer without mentioning the competitive aspect. My sister Hadley, 19, says it's embarrassing explaining to her college friends that her sister's career is teaching dogs to run through tunnels instead of something respectable. They've repeatedly asked when I'd get a real job instead of playing with dogs for a living. 7 months ago, Comet's competition performances started failing catastrophically. During a major qualifier, he was sluggish and uncoordinated, completely unlike his normal, energetic, precise performance. He missed contacts, knocked bars, and seemed confused by obstacles he'd executed perfectly for years. We were eliminated in the first round when we should have advanced deep into finals. It happened at the next trial, and the next. Comet would train beautifully all week, but on competition mornings, he'd be lethargic and disoriented. My training partners were confused. They'd seen him running courses perfectly in practice just days before competitions, but at trials, he seemed like a different dog. Then he started showing signs of illness. At one competition, he was so dehydrated that a veterinary team had to intervene. At another, he seemed dizzy and couldn't maintain balance on contact obstacles. Competition vets examined him multiple times, but found nothing wrong. His overall health was excellent, making his competition day symptoms inexplicable. I had Comet examined by 3 different veterinarians, including a specialist in canine sports medicine. They found no underlying health issues. His blood work was perfect, his joints were sound, his overall condition was excellent for a competition agility dog. But his trial performances continued to deteriorate while practice sessions remained strong. The pattern was unmistakable. Comet was fine until competition day, when symptoms would suddenly appear. By the day after competition, he'd be back to normal. I started keeping detailed logs of his behavior, food intake, and environment, trying to identify triggers. I began suspecting poisoning after a competition where Comet's symptoms matched those of mild sedative toxicity, specifically the kind of sedation used to calm anxious dogs during stressful situations like vet visits or travel. I had his water bowl from that morning tested by a veterinary toxicologist. The results confirmed sedatives in his water, a combination of medications that would make a dog sluggish, uncoordinated, and unable to perform athletic tasks, but would clear his system within 24 to 48 hours. Someone had been drugging my dog before competitions. I installed security cameras at my home where Comet stays. Within 2 weeks, I caught my sister Hadley entering my house using a key she'd copied when house-sitting months earlier. She went directly to where I kept Comet's water bowls and food, adding liquid from a small bottle to his water bowl the night before a competition. I reviewed months of footage. Hadley had been coming to my house the evening before every major trial, accessing Comet's water or food, and adding sedatives. Sometimes she'd put it in his evening meal. Other times, she'd add it to his water bowl late at night. The dosage was carefully calculated, enough to make him unable to compete effectively, but not enough to cause obvious sickness that would trigger emergency veterinary intervention during competition. My brother Griffin appeared in footage too, entering my house during times I was at training sessions and contaminating Comet's food supplies with substances that would cause mild digestive upset or lethargy. I found their family group chat. My mother wrote, "Hadley drugged the dog again before tomorrow's trial. He'll perform terribly, and maybe she'll finally realize this dog sport hobby isn't a real career." Griffin added, "Put the sedative in his food supply. Should affect him for the whole weekend trial." Hadley contributed, "Use the strong dose this time. He won't be able to run courses at all." My father had replied, "Good. Once she fails enough trials and loses her qualifying spot for nationals, she'll have to accept that dog training isn't viable as a career and find real employment." They'd been poisoning my dog for 7 months to force me to quit competing. Every failed run, every elimination, every competition where Comet couldn't perform, all caused by them drugging him. They weren't just sabotaging my career. They were repeatedly poisoning an innocent animal who trusted them. The AKC National Agility Championship was next month, the most prestigious dog agility competition in the country, with 300 qualified dogs and 5,000 spectators over 3 days. Top finishers would earn spots on international teams and receive significant sponsorship opportunities. Comet and I had qualified based on our early season success before the drugging began affecting our record. My family had purchased spectator passes, saying they'd finally come see what competitive dog agility actually involves after years of dismissing it. They probably expected another drugged performance they'd planned to cause. I documented everything and contacted AKC's ethics committee, my veterinarian, and law enforcement. Poisoning animals is a serious crime. Drugging competition dogs violates AKC regulations and affects competition fairness. I showed them the security footage, the toxicology reports, their coordination messages, and the timeline of Comet's competition failures matching their drugging schedule. At nationals, Comet and I competed with my dog kept in a secured RV that only I could access. His food and water were monitored constantly. Comet performed brilliantly, running clean courses with his usual speed and precision, demonstrating the athletic ability he'd always had when not sedated. We qualified for the finals in all 3 classes we entered. Before the final day with 5,000 spectators in the venue, AKC officials addressed the crowd about competition integrity and animal welfare. They invited me to speak about systematic dog poisoning and its impact on canine athletes. On screens throughout the venue, I displayed the security footage of Hadley entering my home and adding sedatives to Comet's water bowl. I showed Griffin contaminating Comet's food. I revealed the toxicology reports proving Comet had been drugged before competitions. I displayed their family messages coordinating which trials to sabotage and discussing sedative dosages. I explained that for 7 months, my dog had been deliberately poisoned before competitions to ensure we'd fail. Every sluggish performance, every eliminated run, every competition where Comet seemed sick was caused by my family drugging him because they thought dog agility was beneath me as a career. The dog agility community was outraged. These were people who loved their dogs deeply and understood that Comet was an athlete and a victim. What my family had done wasn't just sabotage of my career, it was animal abuse. My training instructor stood up and confirmed that Comet's performance decline had seemed medical, but veterinary exams showed no problems, making the drugging explanation finally make sense. AKC officials stated that drugging competition dogs was one of the most serious ethical violations possible, endangering animal welfare and competition fairness. My parents tried to claim they thought dog agility was too demanding on Comet. Multiple veterinarians in the audience, including canine sports medicine specialists, responded that properly trained agility dogs thrive on the mental and physical stimulation, and that poisoning a healthy dog was animal abuse, regardless of motivation. Hadley admitted she drugged Comet to make me reconsider my priorities, and animal control officers explained that deliberately poisoning animals carried serious criminal penalties, including potential jail time. Law enforcement arrested Hadley and Griffin at the championship for animal cruelty and poisoning. My parents face charges as co-conspirators. AKC has permanently banned my entire family from all sanctioned dog events nationwide. Animal welfare organizations that were present have filed additional complaints. Comet and I won the national championship in our division, his best performance ever, achieved without sedatives affecting his ability. The win qualified us for international competition and earned sponsorship offers from major pet food and equipment companies. My relationship with my family is over. They spent 7 months poisoning my dog, an innocent animal who'd never hurt anyone, to force me to quit competing. Every time they added sedatives to his water, they were harming a trusting companion animal because they were embarrassed by my career choice. Some people think I should have reported them privately rather than exposing them at nationals. But that championship was attended by the dog agility community who'd questioned whether Comet was burnt out or whether I'd overtrained him, by AKC officials who regulate competition fairness, and by the animal welfare advocates who protect canine athletes. The event celebrating dog agility seemed like exactly the right place to reveal how a competition dog had been systematically abused. The championship, where my family expected to watch us compete, became the moment everyone learned why competing had been so difficult. Not because Comet had lost his ability, but because he'd been poisoned before every trial. The career they tried to destroy through animal abuse continues stronger than before, and Comet is competing at the highest level of his career, without sedatives affecting his performance. The family who thought drugging my dog would force me into an office job instead faces criminal charges for animal cruelty, and I'm training and competing at a professional level they can never sabotage again. And most importantly, Comet is safe, healthy, and finally able to show the world what he could always do when he wasn't being poisoned by people I'd trusted with his care. My family anonymously reported my business to get me shut down and move back home. I'm Arden, 29, own a small artisan bakery in Portland that I started 3 years ago after culinary school. It's my dream realized, specializing in custom wedding cakes and French pastries, built from nothing into a thriving business with a loyal client base and excellent reputation. I work 70-hour weeks, love every minute, finally feel like I've found my purpose after years of searching. My family back in Tennessee, Mom, Lorraine, 60, Dad, Curtis, 62, and sister Harper, 32, have never understood why I left home for the West Coast. They see my bakery as a risky hobby, not a real career. They've spent 3 years pressuring me to come home, take over Dad's accounting firm, do something stable and sensible instead of baking cakes. I've ignored the pressure, stayed focused on building my business. My bakery was featured in local food magazines, got rave reviews, had a 6-month wait list for wedding cakes. I was expanding to a larger commercial space, hiring more staff. Everything was going perfectly. Then, 2 months ago, I got hit with a storm of regulatory inspections. Health department showed up unannounced, tore apart my kitchen, found minor violations I immediately corrected. Fire marshal came next, claimed my emergency exits weren't properly marked, even though they'd passed inspection 6 months prior. Building inspector followed, questioning my commercial permits. Each inspection found small issues, nothing major, but the frequency was alarming. My bakery was being inspected more in 2 weeks than in the entire previous 3 years combined. Each inspection meant shutting down for hours, losing revenue, stressing my staff. Then, the city zoning board notified me I was operating in violation of commercial zoning laws, claimed my bakery was actually in a residential zone, not properly zoned for food production. Except, I'd verified zoning before signing my lease, had all the proper permits. They were threatening to shut me down entirely pending a zoning review. I hired a lawyer who specialized in small business regulations. She reviewed everything and was confused. Your permits are all valid. Your zoning is correct. Someone's filing complaints triggering these inspections, but the complaints themselves are baseless. Do you have competitors who might want you shut down? I didn't think so. Portland's food scene was collaborative, not cutthroat. Then I got a letter from the health department listing the specific complaints that had triggered inspections. Someone had anonymously reported seeing rats in my kitchen, employees not washing hands, expired ingredients being used, unsanitary conditions. All completely false. My kitchen was immaculate, passed every inspection once they actually looked. But the anonymous complaints kept coming, triggering mandatory inspections each time. My lawyer filed a Freedom of Information request to get details about open doors for him. You're already in a PhD program. You'll have other publications. Damien needs this more than you do. I couldn't breathe. You gave him my research to submit under his name? Research I spent 3 years developing? Dad got on the line. Sasha, be reasonable. You're going to have a career in science regardless. Damien needs a credential to get started. One publication under his name could change his life. You can afford to share this opportunity with family. It's not an opportunity to share. It's my research, my data, my work. And you gave it to Damien to commit academic fraud. Mom started crying. Why are you being so selfish? This is family. Family helps each other succeed. You'd rather see your cousins struggle than share one paper? They genuinely saw this as sharing an opportunity, not theft. They'd taken 3 years of my work and given it to Damien because they thought he needed the career boost more than I did. I reported the plagiarism to the journal immediately, provided my original manuscripts with timestamps proving I'd written the paper months before Damien's submission, showed my lab notebooks, my data files, communications with my advisor, proved conclusively that the research was mine and Damien had fraudulently claimed authorship. The journal retracted Damien's submission and contacted the institute he'd listed as his affiliation. Turned out the institute didn't exist. He'd created a fake research organization to make his submissions seem legitimate. The journal flagged him in their system as having committed plagiarism, effectively banning him from ever submitting to any of their publications. But that wasn't enough. Academic fraud is serious. I filed formal complaints with academic integrity boards, reported Damien for research misconduct, pursued every avenue to ensure there were consequences for stealing 3 years of my work. The investigation revealed how the theft had happened. My mother had forwarded my manuscript to Damien the same day I'd sent it to her. They'd discussed how to submit it as his work, created the fake institute affiliation, removed my name, and replaced it with his. They'd carefully timed the submission to beat mine to the journal. Text messages between my family members showed they'd coordinated the entire plan. Leo to Mom. Are you sure Sasha won't find out? Mom to Leo. By the time she knows, it'll already be published under Damien's name. She'll be upset, but she'll get over it. Dad to Damien. This could be your big break. Sasha's already successful. She doesn't need this paper the way you do. They'd conspired to commit academic fraud against me because they'd decided Damien's career prospects mattered more than my 3 years of research. My advisor was furious. Not at me, but at my family for putting me in this position. She helped me document everything for the formal misconduct proceedings. Said in her 30 years in academia, she'd never seen a family deliberately steal their own child's research to give to a cousin. Damien was charged with academic fraud and research misconduct by multiple oversight boards. He'd never completed a degree, so he wasn't affiliated with any university, but the broader academic community takes fraud seriously. His name was flagged in databases that track research misconduct, effectively ending any chance he'd ever have of working in legitimate research. My family's response was to blame me for ruining Damien's life. Mom called me sobbing, said I destroyed my cousin's future over one paper, that I was vindictive and selfish, that I'd chosen my career over family loyalty. He stole 3 years of my work. You all helped him commit fraud. We were trying to help him build a future. You already have a future. Why couldn't you just let him have this one thing? Because it's not one thing. It's my entire dissertation research. It's my career, and it wasn't yours to give to him. She hung up on me. My brother sent texts calling me heartless, saying Damien was devastated, and it was my fault for not understanding family comes first. My father sent an email saying I'd lost perspective, that research papers weren't worth destroying family relationships over. But they'd destroyed the relationship when they stole my research. I hadn't done anything except protect my work and hold them accountable for fraud. I changed the direction of my dissertation slightly, incorporated the stolen research as one chapter, but developed additional findings to round out my PhD. My advisor fast-tracked my publication in the original journal, making clear I was the true author and that a previous fraudulent submission had been retracted. The paper was published under my name 6 months after the Damien incident. It received significant attention in my field, got cited in follow-up research, established me as an emerging expert in protein folding mechanisms. It was everything I'd worked for, and nearly lost to family members who thought my cousin's career mattered more than my 3 years of work. Damien tried to rebuild credibility, but the academic fraud followed him. He couldn't get into graduate programs, couldn't work at research institutes, couldn't establish himself in any science-adjacent field because a simple background check revealed he'd plagiarized someone else's research and submitted it under a fake affiliation. My family blamed me for Damien's unemployability, said if I'd just let the publication go through under his name, he'd have had a foundation to build on, that I'd ruined his life out of spite over one paper. They couldn't or wouldn't understand that it wasn't one paper. It was 3 years of my life. It was my dissertation. It was my career foundation, and they'd tried to give it to someone else because they didn't value my work enough to protect it. I cut contact completely, got a new phone number, blocked them on all platforms, moved across the country for a postdoctoral position without telling them where. My advisor wrote a strong recommendation emphasizing my integrity and resilience in the face of unprecedented family-based research theft. I'm 26 now, published author, postdoctoral researcher at a top institution, building a career my family tried to steal from my cousin. They've attempted contact through university systems, sending messages through public academic profiles I can't block without harming my professional presence. The messages are always the same. I overreacted, destroyed Damien's life over a misunderstanding, should have been grateful they were trying to help family succeed. They still frame stealing my research as an act of generosity I should have appreciated. I never respond. Someone who'd steal 3 years of your research to give to a cousin doesn't deserve explanation or engagement. They made choices, committed academic fraud, faced consequences. That we're family didn't make what they did any less theft. Sometimes people ask if I regret destroying my relationship with my family over one research paper. The answer is always no, because it wasn't one paper. It was my life's work until that point. It was my dissertation foundation. It was my career launch. And they tried to give it to Damien because they valued his need for a credential more than my 3 years of labor. My family didn't see my research as valuable in itself. They saw it as a resource they could redistribute to whoever they decided needed it more. That's not how academic work works. That's not how any of this works. Damien could have built his own career through legitimate work. Instead, he chose to steal mine with my family's help. He faces consequences that follow him professionally. My parents and brother face estrangement from a daughter and sister who refuses to forgive research theft. Those are appropriate consequences for people who'd commit academic fraud against their own family member because they thought someone else deserved the credit more. I protected my work, my career, my future. They tried to steal it. I chose my career over people who'd already chosen my cousin's fake credentials over my real work. and I'd make that choice again without hesitation. My family gave away my rescue dog while I was deployed overseas with the military. I'm Marcus, 24, enlisted in the Army 3 years ago. Before I joined, I rescued a dog named Apollo from a shelter when I was 19, right after moving out of my parents' house. Apollo was a 2-year-old German Shepherd mix who'd been surrendered by his previous owner. We bonded immediately, spent every day together for 2 years before I enlisted. He was my best friend, my emotional support through a lot of difficult times. When I got my deployment orders last year for a 9-month assignment in Germany, I faced a difficult choice about Apollo. I couldn't take him with me, couldn't afford the kenneling fees for 9 months, and didn't want him staying in a facility that long anyway. My parents, Linda and Greg, both 52, offered to take him. Said they'd love to have him, that my younger sister Ashley, 16, had been wanting a dog anyway. It seemed perfect. I drew up a detailed care agreement before I left, listed Apollo's feeding schedule, his medications for a minor hip issue, his behavioral quirks, his vet information. Made it explicitly clear that this was temporary care during my deployment, that I'd be taking Apollo back when I returned. My parents signed it, said of course they understood, that Apollo would be waiting for me when I got home. I deployed in March, stayed in contact with my family through video calls every couple weeks. Apollo was always in the background of these calls, looking happy and healthy. Ashley would show me tricks she'd taught him. My parents would update me on his vet visits. Everything seemed fine. I sent money every month to cover his food and medical expenses, counted down the days until I could see him again. I returned stateside 2 weeks ago, texted my parents that I'd be home in 3 days, excited to pick up Apollo and get settled back into civilian life. Mom's response was weird. "We need to talk when you get here. Call before you come over." I called immediately. "What's wrong? Is Apollo okay?" Long pause. Then, "Marcus, Apollo's no longer with us. We made a decision while you were gone. Ashley bonded with him so deeply, and he's been such a good influence on her. We thought it would be better for everyone if Apollo stayed with the family permanently." My heart stopped. "What do you mean he's no longer with you? Where is he?" "We gave him to Ashley as her dog. Legally, since he was under our care for 9 months, we had the right to make decisions about his future. Ashley needs him more than you do. You're young and single. You'll get another dog. This is what's best for Apollo." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "You gave away my dog? I'm coming to get him right now." "Marcus, he's not here. Ashley was worried you'd react this way, so she took him to her friend's house until you calm down and accept the situation." I drove straight to my parents' house. They refused to let me in at first. Finally, my dad came out to the porch to talk. Explained that over the 9 months, Ashley had become Apollo's primary caretaker, that the dog had bonded with her, that she'd trained him and cared for him daily. That in their opinion, taking Apollo away from Ashley now would be cruel to both of them. "He's my dog. I have adoption papers, vet records in my name, everything proving he's mine." Dad crossed his arms. "You abandoned him for 9 months, left him with us and moved on with your military life. Ashley stepped up, became his real owner. Legally, we can argue that you abandoned the animal." "I deployed. I was serving my country. You agreed to temporary care." "Plans change. Apollo's part of our family now. You need to accept that and move forward." I called the police non-emergency line, explained the situation. My dog was legally mine. I had all documentation. My family had agreed to temporary care during deployment and was now refusing to return him. The officer who responded was sympathetic but said this was a civil matter, not criminal, that I'd need to pursue it through small claims court or animal control. I filed a report with animal control, provided my adoption papers from 5 years ago, vet records with my name, the care agreement my parents had signed before deployment, explicitly stating temporary guardianship. The officer assigned to the case said it was clear-cut, that the dog was legally my property, and my family needed to return him. Animal control visited my parents' house. Ashley still had Apollo at her friend's house. My parents claimed they didn't know where the dog was, that Ashley was staying with friends and they couldn't force her to return someone's pet. The officer issued a notice requiring return of the animal within 72 hours or face charges for theft of property. My mom called me crying. "Marcus, how could you involve authorities? This is family business. You're going to get your sister in legal trouble over a dog?" "She has my dog, that I own, that you agreed to care for temporarily. This isn't complicated." "Apollo loves Ashley. If you take him away from her, you'll break her heart. Is that what you want? To traumatize your 16-year-old sister? Is traumatizing me by giving away my dog while I was deployed what you wanted?" Ashley finally called me, also crying. "Marcus, please don't do this. Apollo is my best friend. I've spent every day with him for 9 months. I've trained him, taken him to the park, slept with him in my room every night. He's my dog now. He was my dog for 3 years before you ever met him. I left him with you temporarily, not permanently." "But you left him. You chose the military over him. I chose him. I was there every single day. That makes me his real owner, not you." The entitlement was staggering. "Ashley, I deployed. That's not abandonment. And you're 16. What happens when you go to college in 2 years? Were you planning to take Apollo with you?" Silence. "Then, that's different. I'll figure it out." "You'll figure it out the same way I figured it out, by leaving him with family temporarily. Except I was actually his owner." She hung up on me, posted on Instagram about her toxic brother trying to steal her emotional support dog after abandoning him for a year. Her friends flooded the comments with support for her, calling me heartless and selfish. None of them knew the full story. The 72-hour deadline passed. Ashley didn't return Apollo. Animal Control issued a citation and told me I'd need to pursue civil court for recovery of property. I filed in small claims court, suing my parents for return of Apollo, plus costs associated with legal fees and the emotional distress of having my pet withheld. My extended family got involved. Aunts and uncles calling to say I was being unreasonable, that Ashley was just a kid who'd bonded with a dog, that I should let her keep him and get a new dog. My grandmother said I was tearing the family apart over an animal. Only my Uncle Jeff, Dad's brother, took my side. "This is insane. They agreed to watch your dog while you were deployed, then gave him away? That's theft. Ashley's feelings don't change the facts." The court date was set for 3 weeks out. In the meantime, I found out through a mutual friend that Ashley had created a GoFundMe to help defend against her brother trying to legally steal her emotional support dog. She'd raised $3,000 from people who believed her version of events, where I'd abandoned Apollo and she'd rescued him. I posted my own response with the full story. The adoption papers, the care agreement signed by my parents, photos of me with Apollo dating back 5 years, proof of my deployment. The GoFundMe got reported and taken down for misrepresentation. Ashley blocked me on all social media. My parents hired a lawyer. Their argument in court was that 9 months of primary care had established Ashley as Apollo's de facto owner, that removing the dog from her care now would be harmful to both Ashley and the animal, and that I had abandoned the dog by deploying without making permanent arrangements. My lawyer shredded their case, presented the signed care agreement explicitly stating temporary guardianship, presented my monthly payments for Apollo's care during deployment, presented communications from my parents during deployment discussing Apollo's care and sending me updates, proving they understood he was still my dog. Presented deployment orders showing I was on military assignment, not abandoning an animal. The judge was not impressed with my parents' argument. "So you're saying that anyone who leaves a pet with family during military deployment has abandoned that animal and forfeits ownership?" That's absurd. This young man served his country and made responsible arrangements for his dog's care. The care agreement is clear. The dog is his property. You have 24 hours to return the animal, or I'll hold you in contempt. My parents looked stunned. Ashley, who'd come to court, started crying loudly. My mom hugged her, glaring at me like I was the villain. After court, Dad pulled me aside. You really going through with this? You're going to force your sister to give up a dog she loves? You really went through with giving away my dog while I was deployed? Yeah, I'm taking back what's mine. They returned Apollo the next day. Ashley brought him to a neutral location, a park near my apartment. She was sobbing, hugging Apollo, telling him she loved him. Apollo was confused, looking between her and me. When he saw me, he started pulling toward me, tail wagging. He remembered. Ashley screamed at me while Apollo jumped on me, licking my face. See? You're forcing him to go with you. He wants to stay with me. But Apollo was pulling toward my car, excited. Whatever bond he'd formed with Ashley, he hadn't forgotten me. I was his person, his original owner. 9 months hadn't erased 3 years. I drove away with Apollo. Ashley posted a video of the exchange, edited to make it look like I'd forcibly removed a crying dog from her. Went viral in her friend circle. I got death threats from people who thought I'd stolen a dog from a teenage girl. I posted the full story with documentation, the adoption papers, the care agreement, the court judgment. Slowly, public opinion shifted. People started realizing I wasn't a dog thief. I was a veteran who'd had his pet stolen during deployment. My parents sent a letter through their lawyer demanding I pay them $2,800 for care expenses beyond what you provided during deployment. I had receipts showing I'd sent $200 per month for 9 months, covering all normal expenses. Their additional expenses were things like a fancy dog bed Ashley had wanted and training classes she'd enrolled him in without asking me. I countered with my own demand for the emotional distress and legal fees they'd caused. We settled at 0 payment either direction. They'd return the money I'd sent for his care. I'd drop the claim for additional damages. Done. Apollo's been home with me for 10 days now. He's readjusting, still knows all his old routines, sleeps in my bed like he used to. We're rebuilding our bond after the forced separation. He's happy, healthy, home. Ashley posted a TikTok about losing her emotional support dog to her selfish brother. Got hundreds of sympathetic comments before someone linked my documentation showing the full story. Her comments section turned on her. She deleted the video. My parents haven't spoken to me since the exchange. Mom sent one text. I hope you're happy. You've destroyed your relationship with your sister and your family over a dog. Was it worth it? I didn't respond. But yes, it was worth it. Apollo isn't just a dog. He's my companion, my responsibility, my family. I made arrangements for his care during my deployment. They violated that trust, gave him away, then tried to legally justify theft. Ashley will get over it. She's 16. She'll find other things to care about. But Apollo's been mine for 5 years. He was there when I was struggling, when I was lonely, when I needed someone. I wasn't going to abandon him because my family decided he'd be better off with them. Sometimes standing up for yourself means your family will hate you. My parents and sister have painted me as the villain, the heartless brother who traumatized a teenage girl by taking her dog. But I know the truth. I protected what was mine. I refused to let them steal from me just because I was deployed and couldn't stop them in the moment. If that makes me the bad guy in their story, fine. Apollo's curled up next to me right now, content and safe. That's what matters. They gambled that I wouldn't fight back, that I'd accept their decision to give away my dog. They were wrong. Family doesn't mean you get to take what isn't yours. Family doesn't mean I accept theft because confronting it might cause discomfort. They made a choice to violate my trust. I made a choice to hold them accountable. I'd make the same choice again. My family hid that I had a twin who died and gave me her organs without telling me. I'm 24-year-old film, and 3 months ago, I discovered I've been living with my dead twin sister's organs inside me for 20 years. My family orchestrated an elaborate lie that's shaped my entire existence. And when I found out the truth, I made sure every single person involved faced consequences for what they did to both of us. I've always known I had a kidney transplant when I was 4 years old. My parents told me I had a rare kidney disease and received an organ from an anonymous donor who saved my life. They said I was lucky, that I should be grateful every day for my second chance. I grew up with that gratitude, took my anti-rejection medications religiously, and never questioned the story. I also grew up with weird gaps in my early childhood memories and strange comments from relatives that never quite made sense. My grandmother once said I reminded her so much of both of them before my mom cut her off. An aunt mentioned something about what happened to the girls before quickly correcting to what happened to you. I'd ask my parents and they'd say relatives just got confused sometimes. Last year I got engaged to my fiancé Matt. We started doing genetic testing because we wanted to know about any hereditary conditions before having kids. The results were strange. I showed markers for conditions that neither of my parents had. The genetic counselor suggested there might be an error and recommended more comprehensive testing. That's when things got really weird. My parents became intensely opposed to any further genetic testing, said it was unnecessary and expensive. When I insisted, my mom actually cried and begged me not to do it. My dad said some things are better left alone. That reaction made me more determined. I did a comprehensive DNA panel through a major testing company without telling them. When the results came back, I sat staring at them for hours, trying to understand what I was seeing. The report showed I had chimerism, 2 distinct sets of DNA in my body. One set matched my parents'. The other set also matched my parents' but was slightly different, like a sibling's DNA. The genetic counselor explained this sometimes happens when fraternal twins merge in the womb, but my markers suggested something else. I had organs from a biological sibling. I confronted my parents with the report. My mom collapsed into a chair. My dad looked like he might be sick. Then they told me the truth. I'd been born a twin, an identical twin sister named Sarah. We were both born with the same kidney disease. When we were 4, Sarah's condition deteriorated rapidly. She needed a kidney transplant, but wasn't high enough on the donor list. I was slightly healthier and higher on the list. Sarah died at age 4. Within hours, my parents made the decision to harvest her organs and give them to me. Her kidneys, part of her liver, tissue samples for potential future use. They never told me I'd had a twin. Never told me the anonymous donor was my identical twin sister. For 20 years, I'd been living with Sarah's organs, taking medication to keep my body from rejecting my dead twin's kidneys, and I'd never known she existed. I asked why they'd hidden it. My mom said they didn't want me to grow up with survivor's guilt, feeling like I'd only lived because Sarah died. My dad said they thought it would be too traumatic for a child to process. I asked if they'd ever planned to tell me. Long silence. Then my mom admitted, probably not. They decided it was easier if I never knew. After my parents told me about Sarah, I couldn't function. I'd spent 20 years not knowing I'd been a twin, that my sister died so I could live, that her organs were inside me, keeping me alive. Every pill I took was to prevent my body from rejecting her kidneys. My whole life was built on a secret. I demanded to know everything. My parents reluctantly gave me details. Sarah and I had been identical. We looked exactly the same, acted the same, were inseparable according to my mom. When we were diagnosed with polycystic kidney disease, both of us needed transplants eventually. Sarah got sicker faster. She was in and out of the hospital while I was relatively stable at home. My parents focused on her care while I stayed with my grandmother. Then, Sarah died. Kidney failure, multiple organ failure. She was gone within days. My parents made the decision immediately. Sarah's organs were compatible with mine. The doctors said it could save my life. They authorized the harvesting and transplant. I woke up from surgery with Sarah's kidneys and never knew they'd come from my twin. My parents had hidden every trace of Sarah's existence, put away photos, gave away her clothes and toys, told relatives to never mention her around me. They'd erased their daughter from our family history to protect me from the truth. I asked to see photos. My mom brought out a box she'd kept hidden in the attic, pictures of two identical little girls, Sarah and me, playing together, smiling, twins. I stared at photos of a sister I didn't remember, a whole person I'd never known existed. The more I learned, the angrier I got. Not at my parents for saving my life. I understood that decision. I was angry about the lies, 20 years of lies. They'd let me believe I was an only child, let me grow up not knowing I'd had a twin sister who died. I started researching and found out their decision had been controversial at the time. The hospital ethics committee had serious concerns about harvesting organs from one twin to give to another, without considering future psychological impacts. My parents had signed waivers acknowledging the ethical questions, but proceeded anyway. I also found out several family members had objected. My grandmother had argued that I deserved to know the truth. My dad's brother had said hiding Sarah's existence was wrong. But my parents had insisted, and eventually everyone had agreed to keep the secret. I contacted relatives who'd known Sarah. My grandmother cried and said she'd wanted to tell me so many times, but promised my parents she wouldn't. My aunt said she'd hated lying to me, but felt it wasn't her place to go against my parents' wishes. Everyone had known except me. My entire extended family had maintained this elaborate lie for 20 years. I called off my engagement to Matt. Not because of him, but because I couldn't handle planning a wedding when my whole identity had just shattered. He was understanding but hurt. We agreed to postpone everything while I processed. Then, I started making decisions about how to handle this. My first decision was that I was done protecting my parents from the consequences of their choices. I contacted the hospital where the transplant had occurred and requested all medical records. The hospital was reluctant, citing privacy concerns. I got a lawyer who specialized in medical rights. She filed requests under patient rights laws and HIPAA. The records revealed more lies. The hospital ethics committee had recommended against the transplant because of concerns about informed consent for a 4-year-old and psychological impacts. My parents had fought the recommendation and found a surgeon willing to proceed. There were also notes about my parents refusing counseling services for me as I grew older. The hospital had recommended therapy to help me process the transplant. My parents had declined on my behalf, saying I was adjusting fine and didn't need it. With my lawyer's help, I filed a complaint against the hospital for proceeding with an ethically questionable transplant over committee objections. I also filed complaints against the specific surgeon and medical staff who'd participated. The hospital investigated and found that protocols at the time had been violated. The surgeon who'd performed my transplant had bypassed several ethical safeguards. He'd retired years ago, but the hospital censured his record posthumously. Then I went after my parents legally. My lawyer said I had grounds for a lawsuit based on psychological harm from the decades of deception, that they'd violated my right to informed consent about my own medical history. We filed suit seeking damages for emotional distress, therapy costs, and the violation of my right to know my own medical and family history. My parents were served papers at their home. My parents were devastated when they got the lawsuit. My mom called me sobbing, asking how I could sue them for saving my life. I told her I wasn't suing them for the transplant. I was suing them for 20 years of lies about it. My dad tried a different approach. Said they'd made the best decisions they could at a terrible time, that hindsight was easy, but they'd done what they thought was right. I told him that keeping Sarah's existence secret for 2 decades went far beyond doing what was right in a crisis. The lawsuit forced everything into the open. Court filings became public record. Local media picked up the story. Woman sues parents for hiding dead twin sister's existence after receiving her organs. The attention was intense. My story went viral on social media. Medical ethicists weighed in on the debate about whether parents should tell children they received organs from deceased siblings. Some supported my parents' decision to prioritize my mental health. Others said I had a fundamental right to know my own history. Extended family fractured completely. My grandmother testified on my behalf, saying she'd always believed I should have been told. My dad's brother provided testimony about objecting at the time. Other relatives testified supporting my parents, saying they'd made an impossible choice in impossible circumstances. The trial was brutal. My lawyer presented evidence of psychological harm, my confusion about my early memories, my identity crisis upon learning the truth, my engagement falling apart. Expert witnesses testified about the importance of knowing your complete medical history. My parents' lawyer argued they'd acted in my best interest as a child, and that I'd lived a healthy, happy life because of their decisions. That the transplant had saved me, and the secrecy had protected me from trauma. The judge ruled in my favor on most counts, found that while the original transplant decision was understandable, maintaining the deception into my adulthood was indefensible. Awarded me $400,000 in damages for emotional distress and violation of my medical autonomy. My parents don't have $400,000. They're facing bankruptcy or having to sell their house. The judgment will follow them for years. Our relationship is destroyed. Some family members think I went too far, that suing my parents was vindictive and cruel, that they'd saved my life and I repaid them with legal action. My aunt said I was punishing them for loving me too much to burden me with painful truth. But other relatives support me. My grandmother said secrets like this always come out eventually, and it would have been better if my parents had been honest. My cousin said I had every right to know about Sarah and be angry about the lies. I've started therapy specifically to process having a twin I never knew, to process that Sarah died and I lived because I got her organs, to process 20 years of being lied to by everyone I trusted. The therapist says I'm experiencing complicated grief for a sister I never got to consciously know, that I'm mourning both Sarah and the relationship we could have had, that my anger at my parents is valid because they didn't just hide information, they erased a whole person from my life. I visit Sarah's grave now. My parents had buried her under her name, but I'd never known. There's a small headstone with her name and dates. I sit there and talk to her. Tell her about my life, apologize for not knowing she existed. I'm 24 years old, living with my dead twin's organs, processing the fact that I was lied to for 20 years about the most fundamental aspects of my identity. My parents thought they were protecting me. Instead, they built my entire life on a lie. Am I the for suing my parents after they hid that I had a twin sister who died and gave me her organs? Some people think I am. That I should be grateful to be alive and forgive my parents for doing what they thought was best. That destroying them financially over old decisions is cruel. Others think I'm completely justified, that I had a right to know about Sarah, that medical autonomy includes knowing where your organs came from, especially when they came from a sibling you never knew existed. My fiancé Matt and I are trying to rebuild our relationship. He's been patient while I process everything, but he's also said he doesn't know if he can marry into a family with this much dysfunction and pain. I don't know if my parents and I will ever reconcile. They maintain they did nothing wrong. I maintain that hiding Sarah was a fundamental betrayal. We're at an impasse. What I do know is that Sarah existed. She was my twin, my identical sister, and she died at 4 years old. Her organs live on inside me, and for 20 years, nobody thought I deserved to know that truth. My parents stole my history from me. They erased my sister to protect me from grief they decided I couldn't handle. They made that choice when I was 4 and never reconsidered it as I grew older. The lawsuit isn't revenge, it's accountability. They don't get to make decisions about my medical and family history and then face no consequences when those decisions cause harm. I have Sarah's kidneys inside me. I take pills every day to keep my body from rejecting them, and now I know they're hers. I know she existed. I know she died so I could live. That truth was mine to know. My parents stole it from me for 2 decades. The court agreed they were wrong. Some betrayals are so fundamental they can't be forgiven. Erasing your child's twin sister from existence is one of them.